So, yes. Hello, everyone. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are. My name is Leyli Seyfi, an associate professor at the University of Birjand, Iran, and current chair of library services to multicultural population section. Welcome everyone to the 2024 Library Services to Multicultural Population Section mini conference with the theme of libraries, new trends in supporting multiculturalism and multilingualism. The conference explored how libraries and librarians support multiculturalism and multilingualism in their communities and is intended for diverse LIS professionals, including academic, public, national, school, special librarians. So we hope you find today's conference to be an educational and thought-provoking networking opportunity. I wish to extend a big thank you to today's presenters, participants, and planning team, and special thanks to IFLA President and IFLA for providing the platform. And also a special thanks to Megan Price, IFLA professional support for her continued support. So at this part, to save our time, as you know, today we are having many plans and many programs, presentations. So without a further delay, I would like to invite IFLA President, Ms. Vicky McDonald, to give our opening remark. Thank you so much, everyone. Ms. Vicky, over to you.
Well, thank you very much, Leyli, and thank you for the introduction, and congratulations on today's mini conference. I know that you've worked really hard to present the mini conference together with your team. So to commence, Gumma Malgan Gummanani Ginadu, which is good evening. It's good to see you here. And that's in Barragum, which is the First Nations language of the community where I grew up on the Darling Downs here in Australia. And this evening, I'm joining you from Brisbane in Australia. It's 10 p.m. at night, so I know we're all in very different time zones this evening. And as Leyli's mentioned, it is my great privilege to be the IFLA President for 2023 to 2025. I'd also like to begin by acknowledging that this week is National Reconciliation Week in Australia, and during this week we particularly recognise the fight for justice and the rights of Aboriginal peoples and Torres Strait Islander peoples. I'd also like to thank the organising committee for the opportunity to participate in today's mini conference, which is organised by IFLA's Services to Multicultural Population section. And I'd like to applaud the organising committee's aim to bring together library and information sections professionals from a range of sectors, including academic, public, school and special libraries. Congratulations. And looking at the program, I can see that we have speakers from all corners of the globe, including Portugal. I also noticed Taborn from Sweden on the list that just came through on the screen, but also the United States, Japan, and many other countries, but also colleagues from Australia. So fantastic to see such strong representation. And just chatting to Leyli before we commenced, I understand there's over 300 delegates joining this particular mini conference, which is fantastic. So of course, the diversity of our membership is very much celebrated by IFLA, and from the many colleagues that it draws them to IFLA as well. On a personal note, I know that my professional practice and my personal development has certainly been enriched by the opportunities to engage and learn from colleagues from many countries across the globe. And IFLA, by its nature, is a diverse organisation. We are working with colleagues in very different situations, from those on the cutting edge of new technology to those who cannot be sure that they will have electricity tomorrow or that it will be paid. So very diverse situations where we all come from. And it's these perspectives and recognising our differences that can bring us closer. As professionals, our task is to provide a space for all where we can discover and go down these common paths. And we also need to intentionally focus on how we can learn from each other and to grow from learning. And this is what we also need to do in our communities. Our role, irrespective of what community we serve, is to take, quite frankly, a radical position that everyone has a space. Not just passively through putting a sign on the door and saying that we're open to all, but by actively understanding about how we can make our spaces, our services genuinely welcoming for all. And looking at the program today and the titles of the sessions that will be delivered, I can see that this topic will be addressed in the mini conference. And this matters as libraries, as a fundamental guarantor of fundamental human rights, the rights to access information, cultural rights, the rights to education, health, science, and participation. So if we are serving any one group less than others, we are offering them a weaker guarantee to these rights, and that's clearly problematic. So it's really about ensuring that everybody in our communities has access to our libraries, our services, and our collections. And I know that that will be what you are exploring today. So I do wish you a very successful mini conference and encourage you to make sure that the insights and ideas that you generate are then spread and shared with your colleagues to maximise the impact and reach of the work so that everyone can benefit from your learnings and the enrichment that you receive through today's mini conference. Before I leave, I also wanted to add on 2 other key messages. Firstly, to remind you that IFLA is currently reviewing the IFLA strategy, and that strategy will guide our work and particularly the work of sections over the next 4 years. Our zero draft strategy is on our website, and we're currently seeking feedback until the 18th of June. And the draft strategy has been very much developed based on the feedback of members. So by responding to the survey, you can help shape the strategy for the next 4 or 5 years. And all the details of that strategy and how to participate in the survey are on the IFLA website. And of course, the second last thing I really want to talk to you about is to extend an invitation to join me here in Brisbane, Australia, for the IFLA Information Futures Summit. So I'm sure you've heard all about it. The summit will be exploring equity and social justice issues, specifically in the knowledge and information context. And at the summit, we will also launch the new IFLA Trend Report, which I know informs a lot of discussions across the globe. And you can access the program details on the website at 2024.ifla.org. The conference will be the 30th of September to the 3rd of October, and there's events before and after and library tours and all the usual things that us librarians like to do when we get together, and certainly lots of networking. So I know that you're going to have very important discussions over the next 5 hours. I'm sorry that I'm unable to stay and listen, but I do have to be at work in less than 7 hours, 9 hours. So, but I will be listening and watching the recording because Laylee's informed me that the whole mini conference will be recorded. So I wish you luck. And I hope you have an enjoyable mini conference, and my congratulations again to the section for organising this really important mini conference. Thank you and have a great time. Thank you. Thank you, Laylee. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Miss Vicky, for your great time and valuable message that you conveyed to our audience, attendees, and presenters. Thank you so much for your great time and have a great night. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Laylee. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye. So thank you, everyone. I hope and I'm sure that you will enjoy today's conference. Without a further delay, I would like to invite Peggy Nozomo, our first moderator, to introduce our presenters. Peggy, over to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Laylee. Thank you, everybody, for joining us today. Thank you also to my fellow moderators. My name is Peggy Nzomo. I work at the Mortenson Center for the University of Illinois in the USA. I'm also a member of IFLA's Library Services to Multicultural Population Services. I will be moderating some of today's sessions alongside some of my section members, fellow members. And as we navigate through some of the amazing sessions, discussions we have planned for you, we have 3 panels, we have 7 presentations, and 7 lightning talks. I will share our agenda briefly in the chat here shortly after I go through the code of conduct and just a few housekeeping procedures here. So during this event, we expect attendees to treat others with dignity, courtesy, and respect. Attendees are entitled to an experience free from bullying, violence, and harassment in any form. If you believe you are the subject of harassment during the event, please inform Layli Selfie using private Zoom chat. Those who cannot or will not adhere to this code of conduct will be removed from the event by the event hosts. Okay, a few housekeeping details during the event. We've got to cover a lot, so we'll be reminding presenters when you have 2 minutes left before your time is done. So presenters, please keep an eye on time so we keep the presentations going smoothly. Comments are welcome in the chat box at any time. But if you have any questions for the presenters, we encourage you to please use the Q&A tab. The conference will be recorded, as you have heard, and we will send the recording to all the attendees afterwards. Okay, we will jump in right here with the first presenters, but first, let me also share. Let me share the agenda in the chat. And then we can move on. Okay, I have just shared the agenda. And so today we start off and kick off with a panel discussion. The panel discussion is titled Assessment of LGBTQ+ Materials in East Asian Collections. And the presenters are Cecilia Zhang, who is a Chinese Studies librarian from University of Kansas in the USA, Shuqi Ye, East Asian Studies librarian, University of Minnesota, and Bing Wang, Chinese Studies librarian and assistant professor from the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign. Welcome.
Thank you, Peggy. I will share my screen. Okay. Okay, so I will start with our presentation. So nice to meet you, everyone. My name is Shuqi. Our presentation today will consist of 3 parts. First, I will introduce the LGBTQ representation at the UMN East Asian Collection, and then Bing will present on researching LGBTQ+ when the concept yet to be furnished. And last but not least, Cecilia will present on the evaluation of BL or Yaoi subject headings in the academic library classification. So why do I want to do a survey about LGBTQ representation at the UMN East Asian Collection? It's all started with a research question from an undergrad student. So the student asked me, when I just started my position, a student reached out to me saying they want to do a research on the gay films in China and asked me for help to find the materials related to this subject. And I did a search and I found there weren't a lot of materials available at the university libraries. And I myself does not know much about the this LGBTQ+ subject field, and I don't know much about my collection as well. So I feel there's an urgent need for me to do a survey so that I can understand my collection and start to get to know more about the LGBTQ field in the East Asian collection. So then so that's why I decided to do this survey. And the goal of this presentation is to identify the gaps and the barriers that will prevent the East Asian LGBTQ materials from being accessible from the collection perspective. And I also hope that it can contribute to a broader conversation on LGBTQ plus inclusion in the library information science. Before I start to jump to the survey, I want to make some introduction and define some terms I use in the survey. So the East Asian collection at the University of Minnesota spread across several locations. The majority of the East Asian materials are held by the Wilson Library, East Asian Library. And there are some rare collections at the Elmer L. Anderson Library, which is the archived and the special collections. For example, we have a special collection of treasure collection in gay, lesbian, and bisexual and transgender studies. And we have some other rare materials at the Wagenstein Historical Library of Medicine and Biology, and a small portion of East Asian materials in other branch libraries based on their subjects. And here in the East Asian collections, I mean the materials in Chinese, Japanese, or Korean, regardless of format and their holding location. And for materials with multiple languages, the language code is decided by the publication location. So for example, if a book has both Chinese and English, but it's published in China, then the language code will be Chinese. So the result is there is a drastic gap between when I see the results between the total collection number and the number of LGBTQ plus materials. So across all campuses of the University of Minnesota, there are about 100,000 titles in CJK languages. However, there are only about 290 materials that are related to LGBTQ+. This drastic gap, I think, probably is due to several reasons. First, the East Asian countries have kind of a relative conservative attitude towards LGBTQ+ and related issues. So this limited their availability and the production of LGBTQ+ materials in these languages. And second, we are United States libraries, and we use the Western cataloging terms, which may not fully cover or describe the East Asian LGBTQ+ materials, because there are many nuances in the East Asian LGBTQ culture, which are different from the Western LGBTQ+ culture, LGBTQ+ materials and culture. And in early 30s, probably because the early East Asian materials, they are published with some kind of censorship. So there cannot be terms related to LGBTQ that published on the cover, which became a barrier and more difficulty for the early catalogers to catalog these materials because they don't see any words related to LGBTQ on the cover or in anywhere, so they cannot decide whether this is an LGBTQ+ related materials. In general, over half of the materials are in the treasure collection, which is the LGBTQ special collection at the University of Minnesota, and the rest of them are in the East Asian collection. I was surprising about this. I thought East Asian library holds almost all East Asian things, but actually treasure collection, they have over half of the LGBTQ+ materials. And most of the materials are in the book format with 80% of them are books and about 18% of them are DVDs and 4% of them are journals. And Chinese is also the main language of most of the materials, followed by Japanese and Korean. These are the several major LGBTQ plus subject heading terms used by the 290 materials, including gay, homosexuality, lesbian, transsexual, bisexual, gender transition, gender nonconformity, LGBTQ plus, and non-binary. Apart from these major terms, there are some problematical terms. One is the mentally ill and the gender identity disorders. There's only one item for each of the subject headings. So I think there might be mentally ill and gender identity disorders apparently are problematic terms and should be removed from the subject headings. And I believe there could be clean up in the subject headings in the past, and the two items were left during the cleanup. So there's only one for each of the titles. There's a more concerning term in the major subject headings, which is the homosexuality. So homosexuality is often in the past is often associated with the deviance, mental illness, criminal behaviors, and other negative stereotypes. So it has been recognized by most of the LGBTQ communities that homosexual is a bad word and should not be used in common. However, in the libraries, it is actually used very widely across most of the LGBTQ materials. And among the catalogers, it's also controversial whether this word should stay in the subject headings. This is a word cloud of the subject headings that of the 290 materials, and we can see gay is the most used one and followed by homosexuality. And there are other words that is not related to LGBTQs or Japan comic and films. So even though so we can see gay and homosexuality covers most of the materials, which I think actually blurred the diversity and the differences among different kind of works. And we can also see that even though most of the materials are in Chinese language, however, Japan is the most used subject heading terms, which can be inferred that actually the majority of the materials have some kind of relationship with Japan or Japanese works. And here we can comic and films is the two different formats used very often in subject headings, so that also can be told that the majority of the materials, they are mostly comic books and the films. And here there's one translation word, which is not very large, but we still can see it. It is used very often in the subject headings, which means actually a lot of the materials are translated from a different country. And I did take a look at the materials with the translation. They are mostly translated from the Japanese works. It can also be tell that Japan has the LGBTQ plus culture and community is more developed in Japan than in China and in Korea. So as I mentioned, there are different reasons that LGBTQ materials are not included in that list. One of them is the inappropriate subject headings. So here, so I believe actually in the UMN collection, there are more than 290 materials related to LGBTQ+. Here is an example. So Farewell, My Concubine is a well-known gay film in China. And it originally was a novel and then turned into a film. And in our libraries, we have one novel and 3 copies of films of this title. However, only one of them has the subject heading of Gay Man China. And all other films, they are labeled as films using actor names, or called opera film or drama film, etc. And for the novel, it doesn't even have a subject headings. So that means even though we have 4 copies of this title, if you search by, if you search gay man LGBTQ related materials, you can only find 1 copy of this title. And there are some other subject headings used often by materials that are not excluded from the LGBTQ materials, such as female friendship, male friendship, or they just don't have subject headings, or sometimes they were hidden in the collected works, which will require special knowledge of those materials to find them. These are all barriers that hinder the discoverability and the accessibility of these materials. So as a librarian, what we can do, so first, I think we can address the cataloging issues for the East Asian LGBTQ collections. And for ourselves, we need to get to better knowledge of the East Asian LGBT groups and the relevant materials so that we can better assist our researchers on further studies. And we also need to keep up with their research trends and topics so that we can build a collection that meet their interest and make our collection more diverse. And we have a special collection in LGBTQ+. So I think it would be a good idea to collaborate with the curators on and educate ourselves about the nuances and differences about the East Asian LGBTQ+ materials, and also advocate for a better environment for the LGBTQ collection development. There are more, and I'm looking forward to hear more from you about your suggestions and your thoughts. And next, I will turn it over to Bing Wang.
Good morning, everyone. Today I will discuss some practical difficulties and challenges that I have encountered while assisting patrons with research on LGBTQ+ communities in pre-modern China. The historical context for such research is crucial, as this topic delves into a time period when the modern concept of LGBTQ+ was not formulated and defined. I will also highlight the need for innovative research tools and methods to explore this underdeveloped and understudied field effectively. Recently, I assisted a patron researching female homosexuality during the late imperial era in China. Well, the study of histories concerning Chinese male same-sex remains in an early stage. The research on the female counterpart relationship in the pre-modern era is lagging even further behind. Only a few studies have attempted to document pre-modern Chinese female same-sex discourse with very, very limited success. Several reasons have contributed to the little scholarship on this subject. Firstly, unlike male homosexual behavior were allowed to a certain degree were allowed in public, similar female behaviors were hidden from the public sight. It is believed that the scale of the tolerance of female and female love was limited to an extremely small group of people. Therefore, in traditional Chinese culture, reference to lesbianism was scarce and scattered. Additionally, it was not until the 20th century that new categories in the modern Chinese taxonomy of sexuality were merged to describe this kind of relation. As female homosexual relationships did not have an independent status or identity for such a long time, the descriptions of the relationship existed in the discourse of non-sex related or even heterosexual relationships, such as in the appearance of friendship or sisterhood, or two females sharing each other with a third male partner. By far, only a few terms have been discovered that allude to female same-sex relations, such as paired eating, grinding bean curd, one mirror, and golden orchid pledge. Additionally, only a few literature works that mention lesbianism have been discussed in contemporary scholarships. This include Li Yu's companion, Pu Songling's Feng Sanniang, Shen Fu's 6 Records of a Floating Life, and Cao Xueqing's Dreams of Red Chamber. However, in most of these texts, references to lesbianism are peripheral or merely mentioned in passing. These facts highlight a significant gap in sustained literature tradition, and this lack of representation may be partially due to inadequate research methodologies. The prevailing culture metric sets formed ideas about women, sexuality, and relationships tends to be fragmented and obscure. Therefore, in order to obtain a comprehensive understanding of lesbianism in pre-modern China, researchers need to move beyond the familiar ground of masterworks in historiography and literature and adopt creative approaches to research. Traditional methods prove insufficient, prompting the need to explore non-traditional resources such as diaries, vernacular literature, illustrations, court records, and historical materials focusing on local history. Those documents, although not categorized under LGBTQ+ themes, might offer indirect insights into the experience of homosexual individuals during pre-modern period. Interdisciplinary approaches are also crucial. Blending historical research with insights from gender studies, culture and anthropology, and even legal history can help reconstruct the narratives that traditional records did not capture. The current lack of research tools significantly impede progress in uncovering LGBTQ+ histories. Librarians and libraries should play crucial roles in expanding and enhancing access to underrepresented and understudied research areas like this. As the guardians of knowledge, we are tasked with developing strategies to meet both immediate and future needs of researchers. These include advocating for and helping to create specialized tools and resources tailored for such research. Improving catalog practices is essential. As Shuqi has just discussed, incorporating appropriate and relevant subject headings and keywords in library catalogs will not only enhance research efficiency, but also ensure that these histories are acknowledged and preserved in academic discussions. Supporting interdisciplinary research is another key aspect. Libraries can facilitate this by creating research groups, organizing interdisciplinary seminars, and offering opportunities for collaborative research projects. Library could also help patrons to build their own research communities. By hosting workshops, talks, and panels, libraries can help patrons to identify researchers dedicated to associate topics from other institutions, other countries, and from various sectors of academia. It will assist the patrons to establish their own research communities that they can work with and get inspirations from. In conclusion, the study of LGBTQ+ themes in pre-modern China is not just about uncovering lost narratives, but also about challenging and enhancing our research methodologies and tools. It highlights the critical role that librarians and academic institutions play in supporting and advancing such studies. As we continue to push the boundaries of what we can be known and understood about our past, we as a community need to commit to develop tools dedicated to more inclusive and comprehensive historical research. We therefore invite suggestions and collaborations to develop better support systems for studies like this. Thank you for your attention, and I would love to hear your questions and insights. Next is Cecilia from the University of Kansas, who will discuss issues about subject headings.
Cecilia, you are muted.
Okay, thank you, Shuqi, and thank you, Bing. So hello everyone. Today my presentation is about evaluating the new established subject heading BL Yaoi Gay Erotic in the Library of Congress subject headings. So this is some context. So what is BL Yaoi or even Danmei? They are the terms for a specific genre depicting male romance and erotic stories, both in manga and fiction formats, mainly created by female for female readers. This genre usually associates with fan fiction, but a large amount of the works are also original stories. These terms are emerged from subcultural fan communities, but gained popularity in China, Japan, and Korea and beyond. However, there are many questions associated with this genre and often asked by librarians. For example, what is the definition of BL Yaoi materials? And do they really present LGBTQ+ group? How does BL Yaoi manga and Danmei novels differ from gay erotic stories? What is Danmei or Tanbi in Japanese? And are they the same with BL Yaoi? What characteristics characterize a webtoon? This is term actually for Korean same genre. And how to effectively collect and catalog these materials? And how can librarians assist patrons in navigating and locating information on this subject? But why there are so many questions and confusions about this genre, which become barriers for academic libraries and librarians to collect and access these materials? One of the fundamental challenges of this material is its terminology. Originally came from Japan in the 70s, these terms have undergone continuous evolution, changing of terms and meaning until today. Moreover, since the late 80s and early 90s, this genre spread both from illegal channels and the internet subcultural communities into Taiwan, Hong Kong, mainland China, and South Korea. The meaning of these terms changed along their translations, and new terms in Chinese and Korean have emerged to fit local contexts. When these terms were introduced into English word and academic studies, the usage and the meaning of these terms also shifted. Nowadays, it's very difficult to trace the intricate history of the changing meanings and nuances of these terms, not to say to find a standard term to classify these materials. As a result, all of these pose significant challenges for librarians when we try to classify and catalog these materials and create barriers for librarians to support information needs for our patrons. Therefore, my research takes the initial attempt to navigate librarians through the complicated history of the terminology to foster a dialogue between the fan community and academic librarianship. Moreover, I also would like to argue that the new established subject heading gain critical potential that allows the librarian to challenge the hierarchical and hegemonic classification system in North American academic libraries. Because of the time limit today, I will only briefly take you through the history of these terms. So the journey begins in Japan back to the early 70s. The term first to describe this genre is xiaonian ai, or love between young boys. It was a subgenre of shoujo manga, among a major genre of Japanese manga marketing for young female readers. This term, xiaonian ai, gained popularity during the early 70s to the 80s. Then two terms became the first dominant term to describe this genre, which was junei and tanbi. Junei was the title of a commercial magazine exclusively published stories and mangas of male romance and erotic relationship. Tanbi also can translate as obsessed with aesthetics, borrowed from Japanese literature, was a new concept for this genre, created and populated by Junei magazine. During the early 80s, on the other hand, yaoi became the term circulated among fan communities for this genre. The term appeared only often on fanzines instead of commercial magazines. It's also crucial to acknowledge that it was yaoi, the rule of coupling, wuke and seimei, which is the most important element of this genre, has been developed. Finally, from the early 90s until today, boys love, or BL, becomes the dominant term of this genre. The term was marketed by commercial publishers to create a new concept of this genre that were different from junei and tanbi. Recently, we also witnessed the increasing of discussions on LGBTQ rights and social conditions within Japanese society in BL stories. Then in China's case, it's difficult to trace the beginning of BL, the term, but this term might come into Chinese context from Taiwan, Hong Kong, and Japan through internet and other illegal channels in the late 90s. There were commercial magazines published in the early 2000s, ambiguously implied BL in their titles in order to avoid censorship. Along with the rapid development of online fiction in China, danmei, also a term from Japan, became more popular and dominant term for this genre. However, in Chinese context, danmei is way more different from Japanese BL or yaoi. It often associated with online fiction and became a genre of popular literature. Another term which can be interchangeable with danmei, largely circulated among Fen community, is tongren, also came from Japan. In Korea, the situation is kind of similar with China. Both yaoi and BL came into Korea from Japan through internet and illegal publications, translations from the late 80s to the early 2000s. However, recently, a new term and genre raised in Korea called webtoon or queer webtoon. Webtoon is often born digital manga, which adopts a different style from Japanese manga and prevalent from the early 2000s until today. So here is a chart to briefly show the complicated history of the term and some overlappings of the time period and the meaning of these terms. You can see BL yaoi, which is in gray and red color. This term had been used in different periods among the three countries with different implications. So why librarians should understand this history? To understand this history help us to overcome the information barriers for our patrons. It can uncover the communication gap between fan communities and academic libraries. Librarians are able to expose the hierarchy and the biases in the dissemination of knowledge within academic library classification system. It's clear that BL yaoi is not a efficient term to describe all works of this genre. Also label it as gay erotic is also misleading and problematic. We still find a gap within the academic library classification system when it tries to embody non-Western and subcultural knowledge into the system. Librarians can adopt a critical stance towards collection, development, cataloging, and archiving. Librarians can innovate in the creation of information sharing tools. Such efforts are essential for guiding patrons more efficiently through the vast information landscape. In an age where there are concerns about AI replacing human roles, the critical evaluation and reform of our current information classification system to ensure better presentation emphasize tasks that are unique within the purview of librarians' ability and expertise. So to sum up, these three presentations here are all calling for community collaboration to address the current cataloging issue on LGBTQ+ materials and also subcultural materials in CJK, China, Korea, China, Japanese, and Korea, to create new information discovery tool in order to support interdisciplinary research and critical evaluation of the academic library classification system in North America. That's all for our presentations. Thank you for your attention, and we would like to receive any comments, suggestions, and we would like to answer any questions. Thank you.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much. Thank you, Shuki, Bing, and Cecilia. That's a very informative subject area. I think most of us are not aware of these issues. I don't see any questions in the Q&A. If you have a question, please feel free to ask the panelists before we move on to the next one. But if not, I could ask us a little question before we move on. We have at least 2 minutes, and it's for all the panelists. My question is, in general, do you see a shift or an improvement as far as publishing or access to LGBTQ materials in East Asian countries, like over the time?
Yeah, I can see it really depends on which country you're talking about, because I'm a Chinese studies librarian. I'm more familiar with the Chinese, like mainland China situation. Right now, I would say no, sorry. But in Taiwan, you probably can see more publication related to LGBTQ materials. And for my presentation, I'm talking about the fan fiction thing. In China, it is a kind of big thing. And also we witness the English translation, like the Damei novel, become so popular in popular literature genre. But in China, it's still quite difficult to publish, like legal published, the print publish it as a fan fiction. And also, like in Japan, as I said, probably there are more, especially for the fan culture, it's more kind of a big community and more people reading, and not only print material, but also like media materials as well. Yeah, I don't know if other panelists can add something.
I think I also heard that in Korea, it's really hard to get LGBTQ plus related materials published. So a lot of librarians are struggling about getting related materials from South Korea, not even not to say North Korea. So I think it's still a kind of conservative attitude in East Asia towards these issues.
I will talk about the pre-modern China part. I think the problem is the direct descriptions has been very rare. So there's a kind of slowly trend that scholars move to look for other non-traditional resources, especially, it's kind of a surprise, but it's also kind of understandable. Some scholars try to move to legal histories. Some scholars try to seek possibilities in medical or medicine related materials to seek for descriptions or documentations or how we can describe it. So there's a where to move, but we should see some concrete scholarly results in the near future, I hope.
Great. Anybody else who has a question, please post it in the Q&A. But if not, we are gonna keep on moving. Please join me, everyone, in giving a virtual applause to our presenters. Thank you so much for presenting today. Thank you. And we are gonna move on to the next presenter, even though I don't think he's here yet. Carl, if you're here, please let me know. But if not, we are going to move on to, let's see. We might be moving on to the next presenter. Let's see. Okay, he's not here yet. So we're going to move on to the next presenter. And we have next Dina Celeste Matos. And she is a librarian at Eugenio J. Andrade Fundo Municipal Library in Portugal. And she's going to present on love language, integration of new locals through multicultural reading circles. So Dina Celeste, if you're here, please unmute and take it away. Thank you.
Hello. Are you listening to me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good afternoon. Hello. So I'm calling from Portugal in Fundão, the land of cherries, okay? If you like to eat cherries, come here, please.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nice.
So I am a municipal librarian from Portugal, from Fundão. I will share with you our work in desire for inclusion and multiculturalism in our city. Sorry for my poor English. I will do my best. I will share with you my screen. Okay. Can you see it?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay. Okay, love language. The municipality of Fundão, like others in the interior of Portugal, has suffered in recent decades from the population exodus, particularly of young people, which leads to a progressive decline of the population, which in turn has repercussions of the ability of labor work to sustain the region business sector. As such, with the aim of reversing this problem, in recent years, policies to attract young people and migrants to the territory as have been implemented by the municipality. These policies that affect sectors such as housing, the labor market, and education had an effect in the space of 10 years for the foreign population residing in Fundão increased from 450 2014 to around 3,500 in 2024, representing an increase of around 14% of the region's population. These new locals include seasonal workers, international students, high-skilled workers, and digital nomads, as well as refugees, asylum seekers, and beneficiaries of temporary international protection. So, Eugenio de Andrade Municipality Library has a problem. With the arrival in such a short time of so many people who came from different locations and circumstances, Fundão's Municipality Library technical team identified the need to adapt this activity plan to this new reality, to offer an integration and inclusion tool to everyone who shared the task of multiculturalism. We cannot forget that libraries are the institution that its characteristic is innate. So, creating this activity, joining forces, it was with the aim of that Fundão Municipality Library joined forces with Speak Fundão project. The Speak platform aims to enhance language learning in cultural dialogue in an informal context, with language and culture being a way of interacting people in a multicultural group that hopefully translates into a greater social inclusivity. Since November 22, the Speak platform has an active project in Fundão that allows activities to be carried out in person. These activities range from creating language learning groups to culture sharing events, such as a mix in cultural spaces in the city. Considering these objectives and nature of Speak's Fundão actions, this collaboration seems appropriate and relevant. It was though the activity to be created should be periodic and focus in the promotion of linguistic and cultural sharing, namely the sharing of literary heritage from the countries of origin of all wanted to participate. It was based on these parameters that multicultural reading circle love language emerged. In this matter, cultural mediators was fundamental. Love Language is a reading group that meets monthly and challenges all the participants to bring a form of literacy expression, poems, songs, books, in their mother tongue. For each section, a topic is defined that the literary manifestation must address. Love Language began meeting in February of 2023 and counts with 15 editions, one per month. During this period, people of dozens of nationalities took part in the activity, including refugees from countries such as Afghanistan and Ukraine, who found in Love Language an opportunity to talk a little about their culture and the way in which it influenced the different perspectives on the different topics that are reflected in the literacy expression presented. So, what comes out about this activity, about the love language? The collaboration with Speak Fundão allows the dissemination of this activity to take place among language sharing groups, ensuring the multicultural component that this reading circle aims to reflect. Furthermore, the publicity ensured by the municipality media, namely the Department for Diversity and Culture, makes it possible to reach the local community, made up mainly for Portuguese people. Thus, united by literacy expression, it is possible to promote the interaction of foreign communities with people culture, at the same time expose the local national community to the extinct cultural traits. This exchange, which promotes intercultural dialogue, as a repercussion of the strength of ties outside the reading circle, which reinforce the sense of belonging to the community of the new locals and accentuates its multicultural nature. In addition to the social and recreation component, carrying out these activities ends up the promotion to the library by attracting new and old members of the community to our facilities, and by presenting the library's activity plan, which motivates the interest of foreign people and the community has been forced to adapt to be more inclusive. For the library, increase of home lending of books, reinforcement of purchase of books, story time attended by refugees' families. The language is not a barrier here. Special refugees from Ukraine attend to our story times. This slide is some image about the section that we have here in the library. You can sit or you can be on the floor, and here we have our library cat, is Eugenio. Finally, I want to share with you a poem by Eugenio de Andrade, a poet born in a small village here in Fundão. The poem is The Smile. I'm going to read in Portuguese. O sorriso. Creio que foi o sorriso quem abriu a porta. Era um sorriso com muita luz lá dentro. Apetecia entrar nele, tirar a roupa, ficar nu dentro daquele sorriso. Correr, navegar e morrer naquele sorriso. That was the smile that we want the people who came here to our library. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dana. That was so interesting, and it's always good to hear about how librarians and libraries are making this effort of being inclusive, especially when it comes to languages. And that's such a great effort from your library. Thank you for sharing. And I'm gonna ask if anybody has a question, please put it in the chat or put it in the Q&A. I don't see any questions so far, but if you do have a question, please put it in the chat or in the Q&A. And if not, please join me again in giving a round of applause, a virtual applause to Celeste for that great presentation. I see a question in the chat, and you can answer it, Celeste. It says, what language will the love language workshop be presented in? Is it presented in English?
No, the people who came to Love Language are from different nationalities. English is the main language, okay? And then we speak in Portuguese, but we have people from Afghanistan who doesn't speak Portuguese or English, and then they tell us small stories about their culture in Persian. We don't understand, but the smile in their face and the gestures says everything. Okay, it's just for share.
Okay, and then another question is, it says, somebody says, thank you so much, Dina. I would like to learn a little bit more about which languages are included in the love language.
We have Portuguese, English, and Ukraine, Russian, because some refugees from Ukraine doesn't speak Ukraine, speak Russian, okay? And we have Farsi from Afghanistan, and we have Welsh, very difficult.
Wow. And then somebody else is asking, are there Indian people there also in the area, in your library?
We cannot yet came with Indian people. We have a lot of Indian people here in Fundão, but we cannot came here in the library, okay?
Okay.
And we also have some Afghanistan people who are from, they are more, how can we say, more closed, okay? And they are not allowed, for example, the woman to participate in our love language. It's a barrier. We have to disconstruct.
So that's like a cultural barrier, not even a language barrier.
Yes, it's a culture.
Yeah.
We have time. We need time to discuss that.
Yeah. A lot of questions in the chat. There's another one. Have you considered using any AI tools for translation purposes as part of the program, especially for people who are only the only ones who speak the language?
Yeah, thank you. AI tools is very important. We have a mediator, cultural mediator, from different cultures. We have a mediator from Afghanistan people, Indian people, and African people too. We have a lot of Guinea-Conakry and Mozambique and front. Yes, we have this kind, and the mediators came as a translator. Okay, they came to the sections and translate about the song or the poem that, for example, someone from Guinea-Conakry shared with us. But AI tools is very important. Thank you. We are going to use.
Great. And then another question, how long do these meetings last?
Since February 2023. We start on the Valentine's Day, because that's why we call love language.
Great. I think and I may be wrong, but the person was also asking like the sessions, how long does the event itself last?
1 hour. They
Okay.
start about 6:30 p.m. and finish to 7:30 p.m.
Okay.
And they are children too.
Mhm.
It's not or adult or children's section. It's all mixed.
Great. Okay, I think we might be moving on to the next session. Let me see if there's any other last minute question here. And I don't see any other questions. So thank you again. Thank you,
Thank you.
Dana. And again, to remind you, these sessions will be recorded. And also feel free to reach out to Dana directly in the chat, or otherwise, if you're interested more in what they are doing there in their library. Thank you again for joining us. And now we are going to move on to the next presenter. I don't know if she's here. Coralie, are you here?
Can you hear me?
Yes, Coralie is here.
Fantastic.
So, great. So I'm going to introduce Coralie. Coralie is presenting to us today about First Nations Deadly Collection.
That is correct.
Yes, and she is the Acting Collections and Library Systems Manager at Yarra Plenty Regional Library in Melbourne, Australia. Welcome.
Yama, Peggy. Thank you. Would
Sorry.
you want me to share my screen?
Yes, please.
Sure. I hope you can see my screen.
Yes, we can. If you can do the slideshow, though.
Yes, I will. Got it?
Thank you.
Yama, everybody. My name, Yuwindu Coralie Cavallis. My name is Coralie Cavallis. I'm a very proud Wiradjuri Duradora woman from the Midda region in New South Wales. And Library Systems Manager. Thank you so much for, thank you so much for having me here. It's good at the moment. I would actually like to conduct an acknowledgement of country tonight in the spirit of reconciliation. I acknowledge and pay my respects to the Wurundjeri Wurrung clan of the Kulin Nation as the traditional owners and custodians on the land on which I live, learn and dream on. I would like to pay my sincere respects to elders past, present and emerging. And I would also like to thank them and offer my appreciation for their contributions in art, cultural land management, traditional healing and positive impact elders make to support land, stories and country and to thrive. And I acknowledge all Aboriginal and First Nations people with us here today. And I share my respect for your story and on your journey. And here where I am sitting today, this always was and always will be Aboriginal land. So building the Deadly Collection, and in First Nations language, deadly means fantastic, the best, absolutely brilliant. And what we actually did, the first thing we did was we had discussions with First Nations people about their stories, the importance of their stories and what they would like to see in their local library here at Yarra Plenty Regional Libraries. So we formed a Deadly working group of staff and we really identified at first within our junior collections and specifically we look at what is written, illustrated and produced, all performed by Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. We also made sure that the items were updated on our library management system to make them easily identifiable through our OPAC, which is on our website or within the branches on our catalogue. And we did this by creating a deadly collection status and adding the GMD deadly collection to the title of the bibliographic record. Our marketing team worked very hard with First Nations designers to create collateral for the collection, and we launched the Deadly Collection with 600 catalogued and labelled items. This is by a Wiradjuri artist, and this is the marketing collateral that we used. And the reason why we did this is the community, or mob, as I call them, or as we recognise here in Australia, is they wanted it to be seen and easily found within our libraries, all of our libraries. So at Yarra Plenty, we have 10 branches and 4 hubs and 3 mobile services that go out. It's a very large library service, and our community wanted to see very clearly where they could find and locate their deadly collection. To First Nations people, our stories are incredibly important. They are historical, and most importantly, they are everything to us. And we hand those down from elders to our bulbooks and babies and children. So designing the deadly collateral, the logo itself was designed by a local Wurundjeri artist, and the blue and white and orange circles represent meeting places and spaces to visit within the library. Bunjil is the eagle and creator that watches over us on Wurundjeri land, and it also is watching over us in all the business that we conduct on our country. The curved paths shows the cultural journey that the library and the community are taking and sharing that cultural knowledge. And lastly, the 2 kangaroo footprints in the colours of both the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander flags represent both peoples and their connection to their stories in their own collection. The local mob recognised this collection as their collection. They will request items in that collection. We are also looking at oral stories, and we are also looking right across our genres, from children right through to adult now. So here in Australia, we have a very big celebration for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Children's Day, and we decided to launch with a smoke ceremony here at the Ivanhoe branch, and we conducted that in 2023. It is a great day of significance, the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Children's Day, and we celebrated also with story time and special activities, and you can see us here in the beautiful Ivanhoe branch. So we also had events right across all of our library locations where we invited local elders, local support networks, and also partnerships that we have as well. We invited everybody and all the mob to come in to celebrate the amazing stories. We had 462 community members attending on the day at all the various launches, but the largest was here at Eltham. Highlighting the Deadly Collection, the community and elders wanted to make it very visible in the library of their collections and their stories, where everybody could access and share and learn. That is the key for our First Nations community at the moment, especially after the referendum here in Australia. It was very important that our communities learn about our First Nations histories. So they are situated very similarly here, where they're in our junior. This is our junior section with picture books. We make sure that every bay is full of notifying our communities of the deadly collections. And this has now also moved to our adult collections. collections, which has very similar stickers on the spine. It is also been incredibly popular, with at least nearly 50% of the collection on loan at any time. As I just mentioned, we've expanded the Deadly collection right through from junior, right through to adult. That is also in our E as well. We have also made sure that that is really easily found and cited from very important to our local community. So we expanded that through that junior launch, and that was altered very slightly within our marketing collateral for the adult, but it is extremely similar. We added the Deadly collection as a priority collection to our 23-24 supplier specs specifications, and purchased Deadly titles at a high copy allocation, just to make sure that that is growing consistently, and it is available at all of our services, including our hubs, which are a very small shop front, or it could be in an outreach, or we're going out to visit and it's in a very small space, but we make sure it's available in all of our spaces. Deadly titles are catalogued using, this is very, very important, using the description guidelines from the Library Sector Australian Institute of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Studies. And the amazing outcome of that is the direct link to country to those description guidelines, where we have had stolen generations being able to find their country and their families, and that is including myself. So it's been incredibly liberating to for me as a librarian to be able to source people to their country and their whereabouts from the way our Deadly collection is catalogued. So if we've actually increased now, that's around 730 Deadly items. And we also have 3,000 items within our Deadly collection from February 2024. And that's, as I mentioned, that's including to grow further and further all the time. The favourite thing, or the best thing for me, or the deadly thing for me, is the response from mob, from our community, from our First Nations community. I'm incredibly proud that to share some of these from some of our elders. So our stories are everything. Our histories, culture and connection to country. Having our stories seen, heard and shared has never been more important. And that's from our amazing Auntie Sharon. And Deadly collection for me means I can find stories easily and proudly. My children can find themselves and see themselves. That's so important for our First Nations community, that they see themselves within their library service. And the Deadly collection has been very popular across all of our formats and all of our audiences. Within the first 6 months, we had well over 10,000 loans, and that incredibly is growing, and all of our community have been incredibly interested and very keen to learn more about First Nations histories here in Australia, and also just the land that they're living on and how they can connect with community as well. So our next steps, which I'm very passionate about, is that now that our physical Deadly collection is just thriving and it's moving consistently, and we continue to highlight that, and I continue to share my passion and interest in this with the new librarians that are coming through. We're advocating for better visibility of our First Nations voices and stories. We're cataloguing our collections better, and even working, as I mentioned before, very closely with our online vendors on how we can really improve our digital collateral, or collections as well. But the big step is making our spaces feel culturally safe and also having those First Nations content alert messages. Having photographs and images can be very traumatizing and culturally not respectful. So we're making sure that we're working with community to make sure that we have those content alert messages. We have also recently piloted a partnership with local maternal and child health here in Australia, in Melbourne, and they are the amazing nurses that look after our new babies, or bubbups, as we like to say here in Oz. And we make sure that every newborn bubbup or baby receives a board book, a membership to the library, and also just a welcome to our library service as well. I'd really love to thank you all for your time. I'm going to stop sharing now, but thank you so much for your time, for your listening, and from my people sharing my Yiri Yamara in offering sincere respect and acknowledgement of your work and your worth. And thank you so much for having me here tonight, today, wherever you live. And kuwayu, which means we don't say goodbye. In my First Nations language, which is Wiradjuri, we like to say, we'll see you again soon. Thank you so much. And thank you, Peggy. And does anybody have any questions?
Trying to turn on my camera and it's not working. All right.
Oh, there you are.
Was that Kuwayu?
Guwayu.
Guwayu. Okay. Thank you
Yes.
so much. That was really, really, really an interesting presentation. And somebody actually in the chat says, love this deadly collection. So yeah.
Thank you. We do too. So does
Right.
our mob and our community.
Yeah. And somebody also commented, deadly presentation.
Oh, that's yeah. My cup runneth over. Thank you. Yiri Yamara is a way of life for Wiradjuri, which means to be kind, respectful,
Okay.
and looking out for one another. So thank you so much for looking out for me.
Okay. So then there are some questions in the chat. I didn't see in the Q&A, but in the chat there is, it says, Coralie, can you speak about what languages are represented in the Deadly Collection and or how language is considered as an aspect of collection development?
Yes, great question. Here in Australia, we have numerous tribes, numerous mobs, and a multitude of language. Due to stolen generations, a lot of our languages have disappeared. So we live and our library service is on Multiculturalism land. So we do concentrate on Multiculturalism tribal language, having that available. Unfortunately, there's not a lot, but we do try to get as much as we possibly can, and recording Wurundjeri stories, oral stories as well. But we do have from right across Australia various language, because not all First Nations people living on Wurundjeri land speak Wurundjeri. They will speak, for me, it's Wiradjuri, or for Nangul, it's Nangul. So it's all different languages. So we try to make sure we are getting better as a country in showcasing those languages. So great question, but yes, it is hard, but we do everything we can to yes, to get as much language and diverse languages as we possibly can.
Good, thank you. Any other questions? Another question, what a wonderful program. Could you please share a little bit more about the program initiatives that you run in the library to support the Deadly Collection?
Great question. The key to this is co-design. We had to have First Nations people, and we had to work with them, yarn with them, which means talk with them, have our yarning circles, and really the first step actually was cultural awareness training in our total library service. So all staff had an understanding of cultural awareness. So co-designing with the community, and then the community co-designs with their own Deadly Collection events and with it, what they would like to do in their library service with the collection. And that is what's working tremendously well, is they are on the journey, it is their collection. And let me just tell you, the aunts and uncles really let me know if there's a book that they want. We don't have it. So it's wonderful to have aunties and uncles coming in, sharing their stories and being visible in our service as well.
Mm-hmm. I love that aspect of being collaborative or collaborating with the community and working with the First Nations. And my question is, do you have other collaborators that you have helped this program or this, that you work with closely?
Believe it or not, here in Australia, there's not a lot of Deadly Collection. So we are very rare. Maybe, and we don't have many First Nations librarians. So in the state of Victoria, there are 9. And the state of Victoria is a very, like, nearly the size of, it's a big space. Australia is a very big country. So there are not many First Nations librarians or library staff. We're lucky at Yarra Plenty, we have 2. Myself and another library technician. So we work incredibly hard with our community to make sure that, and yes, I personally, this is my own personal opinion, I feel we are leaders in what we are doing. But they're in Queensland and New South Wales and other states, they are also making efforts to co-design with their First Nations communities. And I think that is key, that if we are co-designing and have community on the journey with us, what we see now is mob or community saying, oh, you know, that's a fantastic chair. I love these chairs, like expanding in, and they feel like it is their space. It is their collection. And they're very proud of having that collection, and it's been a wonderful experience. But I'm really happy. I am working with state libraries here in Australia on how they can actually embrace the same design, really, and move forward with their own mob, and really have a yarn with the mob and get them into their library service and do something similar.
Great. And then there's another question. Somebody's asking, do you interfile the Indigenous collection throughout the collection, or does it have its own place? Is it just mixed with the English materials, or does it have its own separate place?
The mob wanted its own space, separated, easy to find.
Okay.
That was their decision. They were very, very adamant that it was out there, very easy. And at first, for me, it was, oh, really? And they said, yes, we want to be seen. We want people to learn about our culture. We want our stories to be heard. The big feedback that I thought was beautiful is we want people to know our language, so our language isn't lost. So many of our First Nations languages in Australia have been lost, and it's incredibly important that we hear it, see it, feel it, touch it in our libraries.
And then another related question, was the collection shelved together both children's and adult material?
No, so adult is in the adult section of the library and children's is in the children section. It's been interesting. We will actually see people instantly merge. It's quite interesting how people will automatically go there. So, oh, thank you, Brittany. Yes, tactile collections. But yeah, definitely, it's beautiful to see those stories going home with community.
Okay. Any other questions? I don't know. I don't see anything. Let's see, Q&A. What languages? I think we answered that.
Mhm.
Okay. All right, another
So-
question that you haven't answered yet. Are these collections funded separately from other library funds?
No, it is within our collections. It's funded within our regular budget. We really wanted, when we sat with the mob and we spoke with them, when we had a clear cultural understanding of the importance of stories, we were already purchasing items, First Nations items within our collections, within our budget lines, across all genres and across any age group. So we really listened to the community and we decided that we would continue this journey with them. And we've also extended it just recently to toys. We have a toy library here, so we now have Deadly Toys, where there are dolls, First Nations games, you name it, we have it. And they are on loan 92%. So they are never on the shelf. It's been
Wow.
amazing. Yes, and that's musical instruments. It could be clapping sticks, very simple, basic learning. And we must remember when we're relevant to country, there's things that and games that where children and families learn about country and the importance of country and what we're putting back into the country. So for the first time with our environmental aspects of our collection, we really take that into consideration because it's very important to our community. So we have a bit of a deadly aspect to our collections management guidelines in how this is or how our collections are going to affect country. So, for example, where I am from, we are water people. So that is my supermarket. I go to get my food from the local rivers. I drink from my local rivers. So it's very important to me as to what is going back into my supermarket. So, and that has been really embraced by our staff, by our executive, and by our communities. And the kids are and families are absolutely loving even our elders, and I'm not talking about First Nation elders, but older people that are lonely, we will have yarns, we talk about the stories in the collection. It's really just fitting in beautifully and tying in beautifully with everything that we do. If anybody would like to know more, please feel free to contact me. I'm more than happy to share. And Mandangur, which in my language is a sincere thank you and respectful thank you.
Okay. One last question though. Can you talk
Sure.
about the authors represented in this collection? Are most of the authors from Aboriginal communities?
Yes, that is part of to fit within the Deadly Collection, you must be a First Nations author. And you must be of First Nations background. The illustrations are of First Nations. So we've really improved here in Australia and publishing amazing collection items. So it's been amazing that we've been able to add to that. The one thing that we have worked on with the Deadly Collection is the lack of wondery. So we're really working with local elders. For example, Auntie Sharon is writing. So we're actually supporting local community and young mothers and elders publishing picture books. That's really exciting, and putting them in contact with First Nations publishers or connecting them to First Nations businesses that can support them in that publishing so they can continue that. Unfortunately, here in Australia, First Nations elders have a life cycle between 55 to 60 years of age. It's very low. So sharing and getting those stories in picky books as a beginning is imperative to me. So yeah, we're really hoping that we can continue that journey with our First Nations elders, Wurundjeri elders and councils.
Great, thank you so much. And excuse me. Now I'm going to hand it over to Emily Reed, who's going to take over the moderation. Thank you again, Coralie, for having us and just discussing with us about your deadly collection. And Emily, you can take over now.
All right, thank you so much, Peggy, and thank you so much, Coralie, for that wonderful presentation. So coming up next, we have 3 lightning talks. So just a couple brief notes about those. So these lightning talks are 7 minutes. A note for the presenters, I will turn my camera on when you have 1 minute left. So if you see my camera on, that means you've got a minute or less left in your presentation. And then I will cut you off at the 7 minute mark so that we can keep moving, since we still have a bunch of wonderful presentations left today. For everybody in the audience, comments are welcome in the chat. If you have questions, please post them in the Q&A box. And then because these lightning talks are very brief, we're going to ask the lightning talk presenters to respond in the Q&A with text responses to your questions there. All right, so with that said, let me introduce our first lightning talk of this section. So this first lightning talk is how ALIA Multicultural works on collaborative advocacy for a diverse and inclusive workforce, improved multicultural services, and increased awareness of barriers to inclusion in the LIS sector in Australia. And our presenters are Mari Matichevsky and Hiba Kanj.
Thank you for the introduction, and it was great to hear the previous presentations. I'm enjoying them very much. So I'll share our presentation. I'm my screen. Can you all see the presentation?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, and is it in presenting mode? Okay. We'd like to acknowledge the traditional owners of country throughout Australia and recognise their continuing connection to lands, waters, cultures and communities. This land that we deliver our presentation from is unceded land of many Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander countries and languages. We pay our respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples and to elders past and present. I am Mari Matichevsky from RMIT University.
And I'm Hiba Kanj from the City of Parramatta Libraries, and we are the co-conveners of the ALIA Multicultural Committee.
So in lightning speed, we're going to delve into the work of ALIA Multicultural, which is a volunteer group of the Australian Library and Information Association. We will contextualise ALIA Multicultural in the library information sector landscape and the importance of multicultural perspectives of the workforce and communities. We'll share examples of collaborative advocacy that maintain focus and conversation of diverse and nuanced perspectives of multicultural communities in Australia. Any language spoken in Australia can be placed into one of 3 categories. The Australian Indigenous languages, of which there are 215 active Indigenous languages currently. However, there are many more languages identified and even more dialects. The second category is the language of immigrant groups in Australia. 2 out of 5 people are either born overseas or have a parent that was born overseas, and communication is more convenient in languages from their country of origin. In Australia, 22.3% of people use a language other than English at home, with capital cities having a high proportion, 29.5%. This has increased by 804,915 people from the years 2016 to 2021. The source for that statistic is the Australian Bureau of Statistics. The third category is the Australian official languages. This refers to languages that are officially recognised and provisioned for. Some languages do not have official recognition. Even though Australia does not have an official language, in practice, English is the main language of commerce, education, science, and administration. With this in mind, this presents language barriers to participation. Language barriers to participation can relate to language choice, where barriers exist when institutions privilege one particular language in communication with their multilingual populations. They exist through medium, so preferencing written communication can act as a barrier due to the level of proficiency in a chosen language, and they can also exist due to platform choice. Increasingly, information is available in digitized formats, and this increases barriers in terms of digital literacy skills and accessibility of platforms. This is relevant to the library and information sector. An example of barriers are, for instance, having a school website in English conveying information about enrolment to multilingual communities, or having access to health information via government health website that's presented in English with translated resources hidden or difficult to locate or not in an appropriate and relevant format. These barriers mostly affect migrant and Indigenous minorities.
So the Australian Libraries and Information Association is the peak national libraries and information body in Australia. ALIA represents and advocates for libraries and the information sector, its professions, including allied professions, through a number of government and sector activities and projects. ALIA groups and committees are run by enthusiastic volunteers and are divided into 5 categories. And these include sectors, advisory committees, special interest groups, regional groups, and working groups as needed. The ALIA Multicultural is a special interest committee run by volunteers and was formed in 2022. ALIA Multicultural aims to facilitate networking, support professional development, and resources for the information sector, with a focus on culturally and linguistically diverse communities. We are committed to advocating for multicultural and multilingual professionals and collaborating with other groups to encourage awareness of and improvement in the workforce sector. Mare and I would like to share 2 examples of this.
So the first example is the Multicultural Framework Review. So ALIA Multicultural worked closely with ALIA and collaborated widely across networks to draft a library information sector joint submission to this review. This review was a review of multicultural policy frameworks, and it had a government appointed panel that conducted the review. There was wide community consultations called for, with contributions accepted in a variety of formats and languages. Our submission is essentially a rich tapestry of examples capturing key work that libraries are engaged in when serving multicultural communities. There's a link to the review that was submitted, provided in our slides.
And the second example is in 2023, the ALIA Multicultural Group held a webinar focused on stereotypes and unconscious bias through lived experiences. The sessions were well attended, with over 100 people from across the library sectors joining in online, and we've had over 200 views on YouTube so far. It was both a great way to voice our understanding and listen to our attendees. The results of this seminar has led us to collaborate with another ALIA group, ALIA Disability, to develop and deliver workshops about diverse backgrounds in the workforce and the implications in the workplace. And this was recently delivered at the ALIA National Conference held in May. Further from this, the group continues to navigate in this space and have courageous conversations sharing diverse perspectives. There will be a continued effort by ALIA Multicultural Group through its advocacy, professional development, and community engagement to reframe ideas around the composition of the future workforce and to focus on the value of diversity and lived experience in the workplace. We've provided links.
We are at time, so if you could wrap up in like 10 seconds.
that's it. We're all done. The links are in the slide and we're all done. Thank you so much for listening.
Perfect. Awesome. Thank you so much for that presentation. I know at my institution, we have students from all over the world, so we deal with those language barriers with our students as well. So thank you for that wonderful presentation. And I'm going to invite our next lightning talk speakers to come to into the webinar area. Let's see. Well, I'll go ahead and introduce. I know this person was here, so let me introduce our next lightning talk, which is Finding Keywords, a multilingual information search in the age of AI. And our speaker is Maria Amor. And yes, she is here now. So same deal, comments in the chat, questions in the Q&A, and our speakers will respond in the Q&A to those questions. So welcome, Maria.
Yeah, I was muted. Okay, thank you, Emily, for this presentation. I'm happy to be here, and thank you for this opportunity to share with you this experience that came from a result of a student request. I will try to be as quickly as I can. So I always think that in an information search strategy is being created. I will venture to say that this is because the librarians want to know before we start this search, because we know after this building how to search and in order to get better results. In my case, when I develop information search, I have faced different challenges, especially in defining keywords, and even more in the information search is multilingual. Therefore, keywords are fundamental in the construction of the strategy. Having the right keywords help us to obtain valuable information. However, what happens when we are not familiar with the language or the language involved, what's going on there? How to choose keywords in a language I do not know? This presentation was the result of a student request for a list of everything that had been published about the Purépechas or Tarascan. So in both in the United States and Mexico. The assumption was that he will not find many results because the state does not invest in these topics. I will not go into more details about the student research because as it happens always, the research project change after a while. And for this reason, I will only focus on the part about how I decide to use the ChatGPT to define keywords in a search for information and what I found it. I will be honest. I will be honest because I was quite overwhelmed by this request. After 2 cups of coffee, I began to develop my search, and I always start with a blank page, and I write my brainstorm, and I write everything in the page that I could be related of the information searching, and well, after doing that exercise, I was understood why I feel overwhelmed, because I realized that if I wanted to find everything published, I will have to include, in addition to the keywords in English and Spanish, I will also have to include native language search terms. If I am looking for everything. So that's also obviously the reason is that I want to find other materials in the original language. So in the article Researching Native Americans Reflections on Vocabulary Search Strategies and Technology, this is the article, said Mueller and Alexander and their colleagues revisited the recommendation of the 1994 article and conducted a reflection review about how times have changed, how advances and access to the databases have grown, how improvements in retrieval software and changes in controlled vocabularies make the formulation of culturally authoritative search strategies imperative. Culturally authoritative search strategy. This definition exploded in my mind. It seems that to formulate search with words that are not found in the thesaurus of heading, for example, words in native language, could be a culturally unauthorized search strategy. Could be. I mentioned this article because besides focusing on Native Americans, it clearly demonstrates how the complexity of the database search ecosystem generates that information searches are determined by several factors that, according to my point of view, is what we could call information bias. This informational bias can lead to information that could be relevant being overlooked because it could be the result of excessively specialized. But above all, what happens in the case of native language is that the searches for information could be less inclusive. The authors emphasize that historically, library catalogs and finding aids using mainstream classification systems such as the Library of Congress subject headings misconstruct the term indigenous peoples and reinforce inaccurate colonial ontologies. I mean, it is interesting to find the intention to organize and disseminate can generate a rupture. But fortunately, there have been efforts to update such terms in controlled subject vocabularies, either to address problematic or pejorative language, or to reflect changes in the language use. As an example of this is the change made in the Library of Congress precisely with the term Tarasco or Purepecha, that was driven by Happy in collaboration with the LIPA funded project Sarah Levinson cataloger, who worked hard in requesting this change. In other words, this exercise intends to include one side a culturally authoritative search strategy, and on the other hand, everything that could be found on the web and processed on the basis of the question or indication received using ChatGPT. So the result of the experiments pretty quickly, I'm sorry, it was so fast a time. Well, I mean, in conclusions, I could say that the results that bring ChatGPT, it was not accurate, obviously, not yet, but something that I would like to highlight is the ChatGPT could work as an alternative way to obtain keywords in an information search strategy. I mean, ChatGPT could search in all the web for us, but the experience searching in Google and ChatGPT is different. Because ChatGPT gives you an interaction. That's why maybe sometimes we felt like they don't say the truth. No. The point is that we can use ChatGPT as a tool search, but we need to be careful to know that it's searching on the web, and that information must be verified and ethically used. I mean, I think ChatGPT could be a very good alternative to if you are, it's a start point and you don't have so many ideas and to understand. Because the interesting thing that I could find
we are out of time.
Oh, sorry. So, okay. Oh, okay. Thank you so much. And okay, if you have any questions, feel free to send
Yes,
me a
any
message.
questions, please post in the Q&A and our presenters will respond there in the Q&A. Thank you so much, Maria. I'm also interested to see the future of ChatGPT and other large language models with keyword development. So thank you so much. And I'm seeing lots of applause from our audience. So our final lightning talk for this section of the conference is Restoring Global Connections, Exploring Cultural Identity Through a Collaborative Campus Book Club. And our speaker is Lily de la Fuente. So welcome, Lily, and I will turn my camera on when you've got 1 minute left.
Thank you. I'm trying to share my PowerPoint. It's not coming up.
I have it up on my screen as well. Would you like me to share it?
Yeah, that
so
would be
then
great.
I'll bring it up and then you tell me when to advance.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. My name is Lily de la Fuente, pronouns she, her, ella, and I am giving a presentation entitled Restoring Global Connections, Exploring Cultural Identity Through a Collaborative Campus Book Club. Next slide, please. I currently work at Reed College. It's a small liberal arts college in the Pacific Northwest, and I wanted to start out by taking a trip back in time. So I went to Special Collections and Archives and asked if they had any Multicultural Resource Center photos, and they had some related to programming throughout the years. A little bit of background, the Multicultural Resource Center, abbreviated MRC, coordinates campus-wide events and programs that celebrate the diversity of the community. So on the left, we see a photo from Surviving Reed from 1995. In the middle, there's a resistance rally photo. And I don't know if you can read the banner, but it says 1% of the Reed student body is African American. And then on the right is a gospel concert from 1995. Next slide, please. And this is a screenshot from the MRC website. As far as the building, it's nestled next to the canyon, and I've always said that I think of it as a Grand Central Station with different student affinity groups coming and going, folks meeting to socialize. And when I first started at Reed in fall of 2019, I walked into the center and had a conversation with then Director Ruby Joy White about how the library could collaborate with the center and build a relationship. Next slide, please. This brings me to securing library funding. This is the proposal I submitted. It originally involved purchasing books 4 times a year, centered around celebration months. And since then, we moved away from that model, and now the money is divided into fall and spring selections. Next slide, please. The first book we read was Algorithms of Oppression: How Search Engines Reinforce Racism, which was a great title because not only MRC students showed interest, but also the STEM gems. So I worked with the data librarian to make sure that group was also involved. And Sophia came to speak with the students at the MRC. Next slide, please. And since 2019, the book club has fostered diverse perspectives through curated selections. The MRC book club selections are carefully curated by a team of student coordinators representing various cultural backgrounds and interests. Building connections by providing free paperback copies to participants, the book club removes barriers to access and encourages wider engagement. And this initiative has also become a bridge between the Multicultural Resource Center, the Office for Institutional Diversity, and Reed Library. And finally, amplifying voices. When financially feasible, the book club invites authors to campus to join discussions and offer their unique insights. Next slide, please. So here's a visual of some of the books and authors we have engaged with over the last 5 years. Next slide, please. And this is the library catalog where we have created a featured exhibit and tried as much as possible to purchase copies in both print and ebook format for accessibility purposes. This collection now includes fiction, nonfiction, poetry, graphic novels, zines, and so forth. Next slide. We are enriching the library collection by expanding representation, cultivating inclusivity by creating a campus environment where all students can feel seen, heard, and valued, and fostering meaningful dialogue by inviting authors so that people have the opportunity to discuss the nuances of cultural identity. Next slide. This is a timeline, which I'm happy to talk more about offline if you're interested in creating your own book club. Next slide. Purchasing. I wanted to highlight the ways we've supported minority-owned bookstores and press. We have in the past purchased monographs from Third Eye Books, which is a Black-owned bookstore. And for Read Zine Fest, we purchased a bundle of 3 zines from Brown Recluse Zine Distro based in the Bay Area. Next slide, please. Distribution and programming. I usually use Google Forms to distribute materials once they've arrived. And if you can collaborate with other people on campus, inviting speakers, that helps fulfill the programming portion. And that's exactly what we did with the High Desert by James Spooner this past year. Spooner was the keynote speaker at Read Zine Fest this past March. Next slide. The goal is to create transformative experiences for students to become more engaged citizens. And we are creating interdisciplinary connections related to student coursework as well, community building, and creating a mindset of lifelong learning. Next slide. For the future of the book club, I see continued collaboration, opportunity for departmental or subject-specific readings, and the libraries for everyone. So definitely continuing to develop a space for BIPOC and LGBTQ+ students to have their reading needs met. Next slide. Finally, since it's IFLA, I had to end with a map. This represents our student passport nationalities, and thanks to International Student Services for this graphic. And I just wanted to show where everyone comes from and give you an idea of, there's many more books to read and cultures to explore from around the world that we haven't gotten to yet. So the possibilities are truly limitless with the Multicultural Resource Center Book Club. And the last slide, please. Thank you so much. Feel free to get in contact if you have questions. You can reach me via email or LinkedIn. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation, Lily. Let me stop sharing. That was so informative. Thank you so much. So again, questions for Lily can go in the Q&A and she will respond there. So yes, it is a great idea. And I second the, let me give a recommendation for Algorithms of Oppression as a fabulous book, especially for a book club. All right. Yeah. Okay, so our next presentation is a panel. So I'm inviting our panelists up, and that presentation is Promoting Diverse Collections in the Digital Post-COVID Age. Our presenters are Lita Hendricks, Letitia Wiggins, and Vincent Albarano. So whenever you are ready, please keep an eye on the time, and you've got about 35 minutes.
Wonderful. Can everyone see the slides all right?
Yes, we can see them.
All right, awesome. Thank you. Thank you for allowing us to be here. We're really excited to present, coming to you from The Ohio State University. We always do the emphasis on the, right? From Columbus, Ohio in the US. So we wanted to sort of share with you some case studies of promoting diverse collections in the digital post-COVID age. And to kind of begin, I just wanted to outline some panel objectives before passing it over to Lita, and say that we hope that this presentation will help support anti-racist education by understanding the importance of collecting cultural diversity and social justice resources, enhance acquisition process, which Vince will kind of hint at, discover how streaming services are fractured and why it makes sense to ensure that the acquisition of certain titles is a process. And then also promote direct communication through developing tools on how to discuss effective methods of communicating with faculty, staff, and students. So really excited to share more. And with that, I'll hand it over to Lita.
Thank you. Greetings. I am Lita Hendricks, the African American and African Studies librarian and the Comparatives librarian here at University Libraries. Today, I will discuss the 2020 Amplifying Anti-Racism Resources Project. For further information, please read the Amplifying Anti-Racism Resources through Intra-University Collaboration, published in the Collaborative Librarianship Open Source Journal. Promoting diverse collections includes acknowledging the real-world territory in which we reside here in the Americas as being the ancestral homelands of First Nation peoples. We recognize the rich histories and continuing legacies of these indigenous nations, as well as others who were selectively omitted from the history of the United States and the world. On May 25th, 2020, amid the COVID-19 pandemic, George Floyd was murdered by a white Minneapolis police officer. His death sparked global interest in the Black Lives Matter movement and social justice. Predominantly white higher education institutions renewed their commitment to support diversity, equity, and inclusion, as well as anti-racism. In the summer of 2020, University Libraries was asked to partner with OSU's Office of Diversity and Inclusion, ODI, to provide expanded access to anti-racism book content and other materials, in supporting continuing education, reading groups, and professional development across the university. Jean Springs, the University Libraries Collection Strategist, and I collaborated with ODI's Dr. Sarah Childers, Director of Strategic Diversity Planning, Training, and Assessment, to identify anti-racism titles that were recommended by ODI for access and purchase. The collection strategy for identifying and selecting titles for this project included checking bibliographies, consultation with subject librarians, and reviewing research guides. Thanks to the 50 years of diligent collection development work by previous OSU African American librarians, University Libraries was well prepared for ODI's requests for materials. During this time, I also purchased additional anti-racism materials, created a series of social justice LibGuides, and expanded virtual library campus engagement in 2024. I continue to purchase anti-racism films, texts, and other materials. The acquisition request results: ODI's materials requests included 15 ebooks and 3 films. OSU already had access to 13 of the requested book titles in various formats, including owning multiple print copies and licensed ebook access. We were able to extend ebook access to 10 simultaneous users when possible per title, when unlimited access was not available. OSU was able to obtain unlimited user access to the 3 requested films via Swank and Canopy streaming platforms. Those films: I Am Not Your Negro, If Beale Street Could Talk, and Selma. The final expenditure was $7,000. Monies were available to quote Jean Springs due to the timing of the partnership at the very beginning of our fiscal year, before we had any funds allocation, and especially because of COVID-19, before we had any certainty about our budget situation overall. And these are the resources. And I strongly suggest that you take a look at these resources. Next slide, please. The future. On May 3rd, 2024, Senior Airman Roger Forston was murdered by a Florida Okaloosa County Sheriff's deputy. Airman Forston's death reflects the American backlash against anti-racism and social justice movements. In 2018, colleges and universities were commemorating the campus unrest of 50 years ago. We honored student protesters for the use of civil disobedience to protest racial discrimination, societal inequities, and the Vietnam War. In the summer of 2020, during the midst of the pandemic, we witnessed a global social justice movement. Today, we seem destined to repeat the mistakes of the past by ignoring the contributions of BIPOC and marginalized peoples whose culture and history was purposely forgotten, stolen, and destroyed. We have the responsibility to encourage those within our communities to engage with the lived experiences of others that promote cross-cultural learning and active anti-racist behaviors. Thank you. Vincent?
Hi, I'm Vincent Albarano. I'm the Collections Management Assistant at The Ohio State University Libraries. And the majority of my responsibilities involve receiving and researching user-submitted requests for materials, be they ebooks, print books, and especially streaming video, which I'll be looking at in the post-COVID-19 era in this presentation. So as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, our entire teaching model was shifted to online instruction and remote courses. And this led to an increased demand for streaming video resources to better assist in the teaching of various courses on OSU's main campus, as well as our branch campuses. Following the resumption of in-person classes late the following year, streaming video remained the preferred method of screening visual media across all of our campuses. And there are a lot of benefits to this, primarily the availability and unlimited access to streaming resources, the lack of need to block off out of class or extracurricular time and schedule for screenings. However, there are a number of drawbacks that we've encountered increasingly as the years move on. Next slide, please. In our current situation, we have long-standing partnerships with several major platforms, and at the left here is our current streaming video request form and catalog links. And these platforms are Canopy, Swank, Alexander Street, and DocuSeek, who all host videos that can be licensed directly. We also work with smaller distributors such as Women Make Movies, Bullfrog Films, Film Movement, and many others. And we are able to platform these on platforms such as Films on Demand. And throughout all of this work, we continue to seek new opportunities and outlets to provide streaming video resources to our faculty, students, and staff, whether these are as a result of my own or my colleagues' research, or if these are brought to us directly through a user request. Next slide, please. We have continued to face a number of challenges, and this is largely related to the fractured and multi-layered commercial streaming media landscape. And as the graphic shows here, one of the most common issues is the exclusivity of platforms such as Netflix, HBO, Hulu, Showtime, and more, which really restrict rights access for academic users. There are also a number of companies that have been continually reshuffled and redistributed, with the most notable recent example being the sale of the entire MGM and affiliated catalog to Amazon, who now holds exclusive rights to all of those titles. And we've also found increasingly that television rights are not only prohibitively expensive, but also very difficult to negotiate for use within a library system. Furthermore, there are several distributors with histories of contentious and difficult rights over the years, Miramax being a chief example, as they've been sold and redistributed a number of times, leaving a lot of their catalog in limbo. And there's also, of course, Disney and its various affiliated companies who are very exclusive with their rights and are fairly well known for the controlled release strategies of those titles. This all means that a great number of companies do not work with academic institutions at all, or they only make limited access available to academic institutions. And the most notable example in my work of this restricted terms is the Criterion collection, whose titles are generally available through Canopy, but only represent a fraction of their catalog. And the remainder of those titles are generally unavailable for streaming access. Next slide, please. Our greatest challenge by far has been in licensing independent, non-English language and international cinema titles for streaming use in our catalog. And we've found a number of reasons for this. With newer films, we found that they may not have received any form of domestic distribution in the United States, or they're currently only available for theatrical and festival engagements and not streaming. Older films, which we vaguely define as 10 years or so in the past, may not have been distributed in the United States at all, or only given a limited release, or just a limited physical media release, which makes them unavailable for streaming. One of the greater challenges, I'd say, is that when international titles are licensed for US distribution, it's generally only for a brief theatrical period or a home video release, and the rights are no longer retained by domestic companies here. This also leads to situations where rights are sold or lost in distribution mergers, much like Miramax that I mentioned earlier, who were early supporters of international and non-English language titles, but those rights have been shuffled around a number of times. And in a lot of these cases, those rights revert to production companies that no longer exist, and thus the films remain unavailable. And this all really goes to show how above an underground or independent level, filmmakers rarely own their own rights, which make the situation even more challenging. And this is a system that evolves almost daily and is constantly in flux. We move to the next slide. These are just 4 examples out of many of recent request titles that we have been unable to get in any format. The first 2 films are Spanish language. Tirador is a film from the Philippines, and City of Sadness is a Taiwanese film. And these serve as a sort of small-scale encapsulation of the challenges that we've continued to face over the years. And next slide. Our paths forward at this moment in time. We work directly with filmmakers and independent distributors wherever possible to first determine the availability of these works and then move into the licensing process. We've also been able to benefit very recently from newer non-academic resources that provide access to streaming titles that are unavailable elsewhere, and Tubi is the most notable and beneficial of this in providing free access to a wide range of streaming titles, albeit with advertisements throughout. We've also embarked on some new partnerships with academic platforms that offer a wide range of independent international film titles, with Projector being our most recent acquisition in this field. We maintain open communication at all stages throughout the request and licensing process, and we always encourage users to investigate the research guide, as it can point them to similar resources and materials where titles do prove unavailable. And I'd argue the most important part of the work that I do in this area is welcoming repeat submissions and renewed inquiries throughout all processes. As streaming video, boutique home video market, and the current creator-owned streaming media platform evidenced in Vimeo and other smaller scale platforms means that this is a constantly evolving process, and there are never definites or absolutes in this field. And all of this works to educate our users on the evolving nature of the streaming media landscape and encourage high-level research from myself and my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Vincent. So I'm actually kind of piggybacking off of a lot of what Vincent said and thinking about collecting and connecting and making collections work accessible. And so using the Center for Ethnic Studies as a case study, and I'd like to introduce myself. I'm Leticia Wiggins. I'm the Ethnic Studies librarian at Ohio State University. The role itself is very new. It just started within the past year, and it was created in response to students' request to have access and to knowledge of different cultures related to Asian and Asian American studies, Latinx studies, and Native American studies. So in serving the Center for Ethnic Studies, I'm sort of trying to acquire materials that students and faculty need to teach these distinct topics. With new faculty coming in, as the Center for Ethnic Studies expands, there are new needs, and there's a special focus, especially in this post-COVID era, on accessibility and making sure that costs are low for students. And so that means that these are requests for ebooks, streaming videos, and things that students have ready access to. So that's been a big part of it and why I've been working with Vincent so much in trying to acquire these things. The other need here is a need for a quick turnaround. These are new faculty members that are teaching for the first time and expecting things right away. That's another thing that we're realizing in this digital age, in terms of me being a liaison for the Center of Ethnic Studies and the libraries, is there's this expectation that things can be ready within hours because we're so used to accessing things quickly. So I just need to note that is an expectation on the faculty side and the student side. But that also creates different challenges, not only with video services, as Vincent's outlined, but also with ebook access. So I'm going to talk a little bit about that and how I respond to the disappointment that inevitably comes from faculty members trying to access these titles, as well as recognizing the holes in these collections, which is the reason I was hired to work alongside amazing librarians like Lita to sort of continue expanding these collections. So the unique challenges for diverse acquisitions, as I've sort of alluded to already, and Vincent's already outlined as well, is that requesting books from small presses and independent publishers is difficult. It's hard to license these. And I'm using one of our Latinx faculty members as an example. She is studying different comics and also kind of different zines. And as you can see by the photo, Cash or Venmo is accepted at these different sites. So zines as a learning tool is difficult because we can't necessarily purchase them through the formal means that we're used to. And that presents certain problems as she can't really grab them for her class and we can't acquire them that way. Similarly, again, with filmmaking, there's difficulty in licensing these filmmakers if they are abroad. Spanish language films have been a big one too. And then back to the ebook access, it's just the question of small presses and independent publishers offering little to no ebook access because, again, they don't have the ability financially to sort of offer this to other things. So that's why it's so difficult to acquire for some of our faculty members. And that's made sort of a lot of difficulty in understanding why we can't get these titles, and creates also holes to the collection because sometimes they're not published through these formal publishers. So how do we sort of address that? And the way that we're thinking about this as subject librarians, and something that I've sort of been thinking about more, is how do we respond to the needs of the faculty members? I do so through semester emails. So every semester, just outlining what we're here for, how we can assist, and also asking for a lead time in requests for materials. And that's been really helpful just in addressing the ways that the library can function and help professors and get access to things as well. Vincent and his team are working on an FAQ page for faculty members to go ahead and look at, that kind of outlines why we can't get certain titles, how long the turnaround is to access certain things, all of the questions that we've sort of come along. And I've been sort of relaying that back to Vincent and the team to have an idea of what we can put in the FAQs. So again, it's just a lot about this direct connection and communication back and forth between librarians and all of our different folks that are using our materials. And in doing this, I've realized that explaining the acquisition process through email, in person, to faculty members and students has been really useful. Rather than just saying this book is not available at this time, giving a little bit of a reason why has allowed for a greater connection for them between how we work and how the access is created and understanding as well. So a lot of the dismay and sort of disappointment has been validated, but also they are able to kind of work through it by understanding the process that's behind there. And that in turn humanizes us at the library. I feel like in this digital age with that quick access, it becomes so easy for that expectation to exist. And there's a realization that there are people that are working on this, like in reaching out to the different publishers, to the different streaming services. And I think that in my experience, explaining that has been really helpful to these new faculty members coming in. And it's given us a better communication style, as well as allowing them to give us more lead time when we need something or to present other options. And that in turn expands the collection. We're finding ways also to buy these informal zines through maybe paying faculty back who are able to acquire them at conferences. We're basically working it out, and that's happening through these communications. And that's in turn expanding our collection and what students have access to, which has been really exciting to see. And just to reiterate what Vincent had said before, this is a changing landscape. And so we kind of continue to reiterate to the faculty members, if at first you can't acquire, try again. I always say, so every year we really ask people if they have a movie request, maybe it's something we can get. It's sort of this amazing environment where things are constantly changing, titles are switching, distributors maybe have more things open. So really we just kind of try to have professors reach out to us and we have this check-in. So it's been really great to just make these connections and check in and hopefully grow the different collections for our Center for Ethnic Studies. So with that, I thank you all, and we look forward to engaging with any questions.
Thank you so much for your presentation. So if people have questions, please put them in the Q&A. And we do have about 9 minutes left for questions. So please don't hesitate to ask any questions you may have. While we wait for some to get posted, I do want to say thank you for this presentation. I'm a selector, so and as a subject librarian, so I can relate to those challenges with the ebooks and streaming films, and then having to explain to teaching faculty why we may not be able to get something. And sometimes it's a hard call as well with ebooks where those licenses may not be simultaneous downloads. I had to tell one instructor yesterday that there was a 3-user license for over $500, and in these budget times, that wasn't going to work. And fortunately, the instructors that I work with have all been pretty understanding. But I did have a question while we wait for some to come in. I'd be curious to know from a subject librarian perspective, what do you use any systems on the back end to keep track of ebooks, streaming films, anything that might potentially, I guess with streaming films in particular, anything that might have like an expiration date? I know I have a kind of system myself where I have an Excel sheet and it tells me the date something expires, and then I need to reach out. Do you need this again? But in my mind, I think I could probably do a much better job with like a project management software like Trello or another tool. So I'd just be curious if anybody has experience with, what systems are you using as a subject librarian to keep track of these things?
I would say, I'm going to pass it to Lita, because Lita, I feel like you have a better.
Oh, no, thank you, dear colleague. No, what I use is because of our ordering process here at the Ohio State University, we actually have a very short period for ordering materials, and it's from 6 to 7 months because of, well, you know, public university, public funds, and because of the auditors. So because of that, and since I have such a short period of time to actually order, I use two resources as a project management tool. The first one is worldcat.org, and I don't use the one for specifically for OSU, but just the general one. And I've been using that one for years. The second project management tool, just to keep track of titles and as you had said before, the prices, the availability, licensing, you know, all that kinds of information. And then also I can also share that database, if you will, with other colleagues. I also like to use RefWorks too. And since ProQuest has taken it over, it's been a few years now, but it's becoming more robust. So you can include like full documents in keeping track of not only your own research, but of other projects. And because I'm the African American and African Studies librarian, I deal with the subcontinent of Africa and the different languages from Arabic, Swahili, Wolof, and other languages. So it becomes a little bit more complicated because we work through different distributors and third parties to get the materials that we need. But I hope that answers your question, and I will return it over to my colleague.
Oh, I was just going to say, Emily, I do a similar thing to you. So I will be investigating other tools rather than just keeping track of it in Excel as well. I'm also new to the profession. It's been about a year for me, so I'm learning a lot. Vincent, do you have any tips? I'm curious now.
Yeah, so with most resources, I do the same. Excel, so what I selected, what format, how many users, and the date. With streaming resources, I specialize in the pre-order research. So we have an electronic licensing team that does the actual payment, licensing, and contact with filmmakers. And OSU uses Microsoft Teams, where you're able to upload files and documents, and they actually maintain on the licensing end a running list of when a film was licensed, the cost, when it will expire, and then any additional notes there. So I'm able to just refer back to that, and then as part of my work, making contact with users if the resource needs to be renewed or if there's any alternative that they need to pursue. So we do document it that way as well.
Yeah, and our folks who are dedicated to working on digging up those streaming films, I know they have some kind of tool that they use, but it's not a tool that, you know, someone like me in a subject librarian role has access to. But they do monthly push out reports about these are the streaming films that are expiring this month. And that's definitely helpful as a backup as well. But I like to try to be on top of things a little bit earlier than that if I can, especially if you run into any problems. So we do have a question for Lita in the chat, so I will read it. What advice would you give to international librarians who are trying to respond to a similar situation involving civil unrest and political unrest? And we do have about 2 minutes left in our time together.
Okay, well, thank you, Peggy, for your question. 2 minutes is a very short time to answer it. But what I found helpful, and I hope wherever you are located, that you have some organizations or people that you can talk to. So first, I use, talking with locally with my subject librarians, colleagues, but also the Black Caucus of ALA, which I am a member, and then also CAMP, which is an organization under CRL. and it's for African studies librarians. But today it seems also even more difficult, at least here in the United States, because as I said before, because of the current atmosphere, and also of the current stance of administration when it comes to student protests. So when it comes to diverse collections, I have to be more when asking my constituencies what materials they need. I have to be more careful in the language which I have used before. And then also, as previously stated by my colleagues on the panel, the materials that we are searching for are not like in Gobi or from the standard publishing houses. So being able to reach out to diverse organizations that produce films and publishers. But that's what I found in coming up with purchasing for my collections. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this presentation. It was very helpful. We do have a question that I'm going to post in the Q&A, and if you would be willing to respond there, that would be helpful. And at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Anne, who will be introducing our next set of speakers.
Hi, everyone. This has been a great mini conference so far. I'm so happy to be here. And we are going to move into our next series of presenters. And there might be a few schedule changes along the way, so we appreciate everyone's flexibility. Our next presentation is Ala Ababne, who is, if you are ready, I can turn it over to you. Let's see, I believe she's here. Let's see if she's ready. You are muted if you are talking.
Hello.
Hi, we cannot see you.
Hi.
I don't know if you wanted to have your
I'm sorry, I'm not ready to open camera. Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
So you are
Hello.
not ready?
Yeah, for open camera.
Oh, okay, but you're ready to present?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, then go
Okay.
right ahead.
Okay. Yeah.
And I remind everyone to please pose your questions in the Q&A.
Okay, empowering right holders, libraries for human rights and access to information. My presentation segmentation is introduction, and then we speak about understanding human rights and access to information, and practice strategy for library, and then conclusion of library and the human rights holder. First of all, I will talk about the vital role of libraries. Libraries is the places for collected the books, documents, and any documents for knowledge and intelligence freedom. In library, we can access to information, freedom, expression, and equality and non-discrimination. Unique position for advancing human rights, because with information and resources in these libraries, we can the connection and the access for libraries, we can find anything we need. right to access information with article. This article of human rights talk about the freedom of opinion, the right to freedom of opinion and expression. These rights include hold opinion without interference and seek to receive and impart information and idea through any media and regardless of informations. Let's say of some example of fundamental human rights and protect access information, Freedom of Information Act, and Open Government Data and the Right of Information laws. The importance and challenges of access to information. This important enable informed decision maker and participate in civil life and support education, research, and personal development, and then empower communication and promote social inclusion. But the challenge of access to information is the digital divide and lack of digital permission, and disinformation and disconnected with some libraries. Understanding human rights with and access to information. Digital human rights is the Universal Declaration and the Human Rights when by United Nations established to common standard and fundamental human rights include equity, freedom, life, education, and more. International Convent and civil and political rights, international convent and economic, social, and cultural rights. And we have many our national countries have incorporated human rights in their domestic law, varies in scope and implementation across different nations. Understanding the university and of human rights. All human rights are equal, independent, and invaluable. Practical strategy for libraries, promoting inclusion and safety and diversity, advanced information and human rights education, addressing ethics and considerations. Promoting diversity and inclusivity, by ensuring accessibility for people of all abilities and providing materials and services in multiple language. Also addressing the needs of diverse communities. Empowering diversity is acquiring and promoting content that reflects diverse perspective, highlight underrepresented voices and narrative, addressing fees and gaps in information resource, fostering and culture of respect and belonging is implementing inclusive policies and program, providing staff training and diversity, equity, and inclusion, and partnering of community organizations to reach understanding. The promoting diversity is for access to library service by identify and addressing barriers to access, implementing outreach to engage with communities and collaborate with policymakers and stakeholders related to inquiry. Amplifying of voice and perspective is by highlighting the experience and relative understanding groups, collaborate with community leaders and activities, and providing platform for individual and groups to share their stories, materials, and advice for common questions. Advanced information and for library and human rights educations. Integration of human rights education into library program, we will raising awareness about the human rights conventions and national law. Education library user on their right and responsibility, fostering this dialogue around human rights issues. This gets empowering, teaching, developing, and enabling. The digital technologies for library and engagement, creating online tutorial and learning materials by utilizing social media and digital platforms to reach diverse audience and providing remote access to human rights resources and services. This can be by collaborate with educators and communities, developing education resource and human rights, hosting workshop, lectures, and events with the human rights experts, and partnering with schools, universities, and community organizations. Finally, the conclusion of library and the human rights. Library as hub for human rights and access to information, connecting individuals with the knowledge and resource to exercise their rights, fostering cultural respect, including and freedom. Library is unique position to advance fundamental human rights, empowering and amplifying understanding voices, promoting transparency and civic engagement, strengthen the role of library in human rights education and education, developing comprehensive information program, and collaborate with diverse stakeholders and address systematic inquiry. We need the call for actions to empowering library and human rights expert by avoiding for increased funding and resource for library, engage policymaker and community to support this vital mission. Thank you.
Thank you for this presentation on how libraries and human rights organizations can work together. We have a couple of minutes. If there are any questions, people can pose them in the Q&A. I don't see any questions coming in. Remember, you can, if you have a question after, you can still pose it and it can be answered in the chat. I also just want to draw everyone's attention to the chat where our previous presenters have answered a question that came up in their presentation.
Okay.
So thank you so much for your participation this morning. And if there are no questions, I think we will move on to our next presenter. So I'll wait a moment for her to get to be ready. Hi, Kelsey. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. So we have Kelsey Corlett-Rivera from the Internet, who's the International Language Librarian at the National Library Service for the Blind and Print Disabled, which is part of the United States Library of Congress. So thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me. So thanks everybody for joining. Hopefully everybody can see my screen.
We can see it.
Perfect. I will go ahead and get started then. So thanks again for joining. So I'm Kelsey Corlett-Rivera. I am the International Language Librarian at the National Library Service for the Blind and Print Disabled, as Anne just said. And I'm also one of the people who working on the Marrakesh Treaty here at NLS. So put very simply, my main job is to select books in languages other than English to add to the NLS collection. Those are then produced or acquired in audio and/or Braille and shared with patrons through our online download system called BARD, or on physical media through our network of cooperating libraries around the US. I just like to thank my Library of Congress colleague, Bria Parker, for all of her help with data analysis over the years that I've been working on this. Okay, so just to go over the outline of the presentation really quick. First, I will go ahead and cover some background. I'll talk about the new acquisition pathways that became available to us back in 2020. And then I'll go through our approaches to making selection decisions using data. Finally, I'll talk about some of the major takeaways from our experience using data for decision-making thus far. So for background, the National Library Service for the Blind and Print Disabled, which we call NLS, was established in 1931. NLS provides accessible books, that is, audiobooks with advanced navigation features and/or Braille, to eligible patrons, which means those who are blind, have a visual impairment or a perceptual or reading disability, or are otherwise unable to hold or manipulate a book or to focus or move their eyes. So it's not just people who are 100% blind, right? There's some other categories as well. And we serve those patrons through a network of participating libraries in each state. And that's for eligible US residents as well as US citizens living abroad. So this includes patrons who would prefer to read in a language other than English, many of whom immigrated from another country or currently reside outside the US. The NLS collection is modeled on that of a typical large US public library system. The scope of the collection is meant to satisfy general, informational, and recreational reading needs. Additional details are found in the NLS collection building policy, and after my presentation, I'll drop that link in the chat just in case folks want to refer to it. So NLS does add non-English materials using the same selection parameters as are in place for English materials, and has had a dedicated international language collection development librarian for many years. As of 2024, the NLS electronic collection contains accessible books in over 60 different languages. In 2020, the Marrakesh Treaty to facilitate access to published works for persons who are blind, visually impaired, or otherwise print disabled was fully implemented in the United States, allowing the exchange of accessible books across borders. This, plus increased staffing and new production avenues, meant that NLS could add more international language books to the collection and in more languages than ever before. Additional research was needed to determine which languages and what genres in those languages were in highest demand by NLS patrons and potential patrons. First, some broad guidelines were developed about the types of materials that would be collected. These guidelines were initially developed for the selection of materials via the Marrakesh Treaty, but were also applied to all international language books. So we prioritized unique titles, titles by authors with other books in the collection, titles published by important and well-known publishers, bestsellers, and that's US bestsellers in translation, as well as other countries' bestsellers, award-winning authors and books, titles receiving positive reviews in major venues, and then titles, authors, or series requested by patrons or our network libraries around the country. And then titles that we own in translation, but not in the original language, and vice versa. So at that time, the languages available for patrons to select when signing up were English, Spanish, French, German, or other, and that was it. So in 2020, when we began doing this research, about 3% of patrons indicated that their first language was something other than English. Of those, nearly 85% selected Spanish, 13% selected other, 2% French, and a tiny 0.45% German. We needed to parse out what languages were encompassed in the other category and also determine what other languages eligible patrons would like to read in that our collection couldn't yet support. Because of course, it's hard to get new patrons without having books in the language that they want to read in. So in order to learn more about what other languages our current and potential patrons might want to read in, we turned to US Census data from the 2019 American Community Survey. We made use of data.census.gov, which allows access to and provides tools for manipulating data from the ACS public use microdata set. We relied on their vision difficulty and language spoken at home variables to determine which other languages would be in demand by potential patrons. This is a screenshot from their interface, which allows you to specify multiple variables, set different geographies, and then download the results as a CSV file. About 20% spoke a language other than English at home, which matches up with the findings from Australia that an earlier presentation mentioned as well. So of those 20%, about 67% of them spoke Spanish, and that works out to be over 1 million people. So Spanish is our highest priority language. It does not fit, however, on this chart, which shows the most popular languages after Spanish. The top 10 are French, Tagalog, Vietnamese, German, Chinese, Italian, Russian, Arabic, Haitian Creole, and Korean. Others from this list include Navajo, Hindi, Thai, Urdu, Hebrew, Ukrainian, etc. So based on that potential patron data from the census, we identified the top languages to collect. You can see the top 12 here. So Spanish is at the very top. We're shooting for about 70% of our non-English books to be in Spanish, followed by French, Tagalog, and the other languages that I just read. And then we also used that census data to determine age ranges so that we could see which audiences we should be collecting for in each of these languages. So for juvenile, Arabic, Spanish, Korean were much higher. And then for young adults, Spanish, Arabic, and Vietnamese were right there at the top. So we do, given that focus on Spanish, of course, the many Spanish-speaking people in the US have roots in a variety of different places, and we do take that into consideration for our collection building. So of those who reported having a vision difficulty, about 58% are of Mexican origin and off this particular chart, which is followed by Puerto Rican, Cuban, Dominican, Salvadoran, etc. So we use this data to determine which countries' authors we should be collecting at what level, since Spanish is in such high demand by our patrons. We do buy a lot of material and translations, but we make original Spanish language books from these locations our highest priorities. So after doing that initial research between 2020 to 2024, NLS added 5,756 non-English books to the digital collection on BARD, which compares to about 3,000 in the 20 years prior. Those were in 58 different languages, with the vast majority being in Spanish, about 3,500 of those 5,700, and it's off this chart. You can't see all the languages that we've added here, but it gives you an idea of the distribution. So French is high up there, Greek, etc. We do definitely still have some work to do. It's been challenging finding books and also narrators to record audio and transcribers to transcribe into Braille for languages like Tagalog and Haitian Creole. But we're always looking for new sources for books in those languages and hope to be able to add more in the near future. So over time, we've had chances to obtain usage data to learn more about patron preferences. In 2021, NLS improved searching by language capabilities in our online download system, BARD, and began publishing a quarterly list of featured new books in international languages, aptly named International Language Quarterly, or ILQ. To compile the list of new books to feature, we referenced usage data reports from the BARD system. Along with preparing issues of ILQ, the data is of course also used for collection development decision-making, specifically regarding which genres to purchase in which languages. So I ran some comparisons on the books added before and after 2020 to see how patron usage has changed after the large influx of international language books over the past 4 years. So here you'll see the top 10 most popular languages among books added before 2020 compared to what's been popular since then. You'll notice Polish, Greek, and Ukrainian have now appeared in the top 10. We've added numerous books in each of those languages, so that does make sense. Genres haven't shifted that much, but classics, family, and psychological fiction are now in the top 10 as well. And you'll notice that the popular titles are all Spanish among the books added before 2020. But now you're seeing French and Russian is there in there, as well as the Spanish Braille title, which is part of our first new audio and Braille language learning combo books that I'll talk about a little bit later. So this has been the most meaningful data for us. Which genres are most popular by language? We have this data for each of the languages in our collection, but I've included the top 5 here. These may be influenced by the type and number of books we have available in each language, and we have not always had catalogers who understood all these different languages. So subject and genre information is more limited, like in the case of Russian. None here means that no subjects were applied to the book because we weren't sure what it was about when it was cataloged. And while we're talking about our digital electronic collection, we also have digitized a lot of our analog cassette tapes. And so some of these were cataloged back in the 80s and 90s originally. You can also see that China is one of the popular genres for Chinese, and it seems that China has just been applied to all Chinese books over the years. So currently popular genres are similar to previous years, but this isn't the case for all languages, and so it has been helpful for us to track that. So NLS has always accepted patron requests for additions to the collections, usually through emails from network librarians in each state. But in 2020, we streamlined the request process by developing a request form in which network librarians could indicate which language they wanted a book in, or even just request more books in a particular language. Through those, we confirmed some of the conclusions about popular languages we made from census data, but also learned of demand for languages that were not even on our radar, like Kinyarwanda, Czech, Malayalam, Swahili, Finnish, Burmese, and Somali. We also had many, many requests submitted for audio language learning courses as well. So our major takeaways at this point are that NLS is attracting new patrons who prefer to read in languages that are now in our collection. We've also developed a new format for language learning materials. We take that commercial audiobook, turn it into an accessible audiobook, and then provide an electronic Braille version of the accompanying textbooks. So it's much more similar to the experience of a sighted person using that audio learning course with the written material. And you did see earlier that the Spanish Braille supplemental material for one of our first sets of these is one of the most downloaded Spanish books on Bard. So materials produced by NLS in these languages can be shared with other countries through the Marrakesh Treaty, thereby helping to reduce the global famine of accessible books. And fortunately, patron feedback has been very positive up to this point. So I'm just going to briefly share some examples of these impacts. So in 2022, we added additional languages to the NLS application form for new patrons. So for those who have used NLS services since 2023, these are all the languages selected other than English. Spanish is again off the chart at 70%. So this shows all of the other languages that were selected, which of course dwarfs the number of patrons per language and also number of languages overall compared to those selected back in 2019 when only Spanish, French, German, and other were options. We've also been able to share books in these languages with other countries via the Marrakesh Treaty. It's not all of the languages we've added to our collection just because we aren't currently sharing books that were originally produced by another country. And we also don't share commercial audiobooks obtained through direct agreements with publishers that we've converted to accessible audiobooks. But still, it's definitely an important contribution. And I am just going to read through some of our positive feedback. I think I hopefully still have enough time. So this is a quote from a librarian in Florida from one of our network libraries. And they said, "The first patron we were able to send books through the Marrakesh Treaty was a gentleman who was born in Poland and still speaks fluent Polish. As a reader advisor, I asked him if he wanted any books in Polish, and he was delighted to know he could request such material from our Talking Books program. As soon as Marrakesh was implemented, it was possible for him to receive classic Polish novels, bestseller fiction, and current Polish authors. NLS adds new titles each month to the International Language Quarterly, so we were able to send him a variety of books in his native language. Sometimes he will request specific books, and I will request the title from NLS. The process is seamless and easy to help our members. He is very grateful for the ability to get these materials through the Digital Books program." And then I'd just like to share one more, skip that one. All right, so this is a quote from a network librarian in California, who said, "Yesterday afternoon, I spoke with a patron who asked for books in Farsi. He is a native Farsi speaker, but has been reading books in English from us since he registered a couple of years ago. When he found out about our titles in Persian, he was delighted. He said, 'This feels like a light in the darkness.' I just wanted to let you know the direct impact the international language titles have on our patrons. Thank you." And so with that, I'll go ahead and wrap up. I just want to say thanks to everybody for their attention, and also thanks so much to the organizers for setting all this up. It's been a great conference so far, and I'm just happy to have been able to join. So I'll stop sharing my screen in case there's any questions, but do feel free to reach out via email if you'd like more information, and I'll keep an eye on the chat as well.
And we have a couple of questions. We only have 1 minute because, as you know, it's very tight for questions. So if I could direct your attention to the Q&A and maybe you could answer them in that chat, that would be really great, Kelsey.
Yeah.
I posted one, and there's one from Ellen from Sweden.
Oh, absolutely. Hi, Ellen. Hi, hello, everyone. Sure, I'll go ahead and answer those in the Q&A. And thanks again, everybody, for your attention today.
Thank you. And if anyone else has questions, please go ahead and put them in the Q&A, and Kelsey will answer them. The next presentation we have is an asynchronous, it's a recording that was sent in by Hajime Naka, who is unable to join us live today. So I'm going to share my screen and share that video.
Hello everyone, thank you for joining me today. My name is Hajime Naka. Today, I will present the effectiveness of collaboration in multicultural services in public libraries in Japan, focusing on case studies from the Shizuoka City MCULTP Library. I am an academic researcher in the LIS field, not a librarian, but I have a passion for librarianship and respect the practice, so please allow me to speak from an outside perspective. For almost 30 years, public libraries in Japan have supported people from diverse linguistic and cultural backgrounds with multicultural services. These services include providing multilingual materials and information to residents whose mother tongue is not Japanese. The goal is to guarantee the right to read and learn. Recently, with Japan's growing foreign population, there has been a call for creating multicultural communities, and public libraries are expanding these services. Despite their long history, only a few Japanese libraries actively develop multicultural services. A 2015 Japan Library Association survey showed that few libraries implement these services, although most recognize their importance. In her keynote speech at the 2023 National Library Congress, Yasuko Hirata, a senior member of IFLA Multicultural Service Committee. She highlighted the lack of collaboration with libraries and other organizations as a significant issue. This raises an essential question: how effective is collaboration in enhancing multicultural services? So I planned a case study to explore how libraries implementing multicultural service collaborate with administrative departments and how effective these collaborations are. I interviewed staff from Japanese public libraries handling multicultural services to understand how their cooperation with relevant organizations influences these services. I focused on the Shizuoka City MCULTP Library. Today, I will share insights from these interviews. At the end of 2022, Shizuoka Prefecture had a foreign population of more than 100,000, the 8th largest in Japan. Shizuoka City has over 11,000 foreign residents, the second largest in the prefecture. You can see the population percentage by nationality in the table on the right. The Shizuoka City MCULTP Library is strategically positioned as the center for multicultural services in Shizuoka City. This library promotes multicultural community development by offering various multilingual services to meet the diverse needs of its community. Let me tell you about the library's involvement in Shizuoka City's multicultural promotion efforts. The MCULTP Library works closely with the International Exchange Division and the Shizuoka City International Association. Thanks to Shizuoka Prefecture's International Exchange Association, they translate user information and registration forms into 10 languages. The Shizuoka City School Education Division then distributes these multilingual guides and forms to special needs education centers. The library also participates in Shizuoka City's multicultural coexistence event, lending materials for the event. The Shizuoka City International Association Exchange Advisors volunteer through the International Exchange Division. I want to share more about the picture book reading event at the MCULTP Library. This unique program has native-speaking volunteers read picture books in various languages. Since 2006, this biannual event has been fostering multicultural understanding. The library has held the event 66 times, engaging a diverse audience and promoting cultural richness through storytelling. Volunteers, often from the Shizuoka City Exchange Committee, bring these stories to life in their native languages, making each session educational. In December 2021, the library added a mini lecture on international understanding. For example, one session explored how Christmas is celebrated in China, sparkling curiosity and discussion about whether New Year's is more celebrated than Christmas. The following year, the focus was on South Africa, discussing the unique experience of celebrating Christmas in summer. Feedback from participants showed a desire for deeper insights, so the library expanded its event to include more languages such as Filipino and Russian. This growth reflects Shizuoka City's commitment to supporting a multicultural environment. The MCULTP Library extended its recruitment efforts to Japanese language schools and universities, tapping into a pool of potential volunteers fluent in Japanese, English, Chinese, French, and Russian. These efforts have helped build strong relations with regular patrons who appreciate the library's role in promoting cultural diversity. The interviews show that while librarians are skilled in and enthusiastic about these events, they face adequate professional education and training challenges. Despite these hurdles, their passion and expertise are the cornerstones of high-quality multicultural services. In conclusion, the picture book reading event is not just about reading books. It's about opening doors to cultural exchange and understanding. It's about the librarians whose dedication transformed these events into a platform for learning and connection. What sets the MCULTP Library apart from other public libraries is its integration within the municipality's framework for promoting multicultural conviviality. This positioning allows the library to provide multilingual materials and information to foreign residents seamlessly. The library collaborates closely with various departments and organizations within and outside the municipality, such as those providing library food and academic support. Despite these achievements, several challenges persist. Through interviews with library staff and librarians, I identified three main issues. 1. Staff struggle to understand the actual information needs of foreign users, which can hinder providing relevant services. 2. The library faces ongoing anxiety about maintaining its multicultural and multilingual services over time. And 3. The library also needs more training opportunities for staff to develop the necessary skills and enthusiasm for their roles. Addressing these issues is crucial for library's future success. In summary, my study found that effective collaboration enhances the development of multicultural services in public libraries. Systematic planning efforts played vital roles. Nonetheless, challenges persist, particularly in identifying the needs of foreign users who do not visit libraries. The importance of cross-departmental cooperation in public libraries cannot be overstated. Targeted outreach is needed to engage non-visiting foreign residents. Additionally, there is potential for improvement in staff training programs to increase awareness and competence in delivering multicultural services. Multicultural services in public libraries foster cross-cultural understanding and exchange, which is essential for foreign residents and Japanese speakers. For these services to be effective, libraries must collaborate with local departments and stakeholders involved in multiculturalism. Future research should explore the impacts of such collaborations and changes in staff attitude toward multicultural services. Based on the results of my research, I propose the following. First, Libraries should develop targeted outreach programs to engage non-visiting foreign residents. Second, staff training programs focused on multicultural competence should be enhanced. Third, regular feedback mechanism should be established with foreign user communities to understand their needs better. Finally, foster partnership with local organizations that promote multiculturalism and multilingualism. That is all for my presentation. Thank you for your attention. If you have any questions or comments, please get in touch with me using the information below.
And I'm going to pause for a moment so that you can write down the email contact information, since questions will not be able to be answered during this webinar. So if you have questions for our presenter, please make note of his email. So I'll give you a moment to make note of that, and then I will stop sharing. Okay, I think that gave you enough time to write down the email address. I hope that it did. So we have our next presenter. Hello, Selena, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay,
Good
I will go
morning,
ahead
Tony.
and mute and turn off my camera. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Okay. So can you guys see my presentation?
We see your presentation, but we see the view with the slides on the left. It's not the it's not the
Oh, yeah,
slideshow.
yes. Hold on a second.
Okay.
Slideshow. Hold on a second. I'm
I
sorry.
apologize for not introducing you better. So as it says on her slide, Selena Sherman is the Assistant Community Library Manager at the Queens Public Library.
Yeah. Is this okay now?
That's perfect.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Good morning from New York. Today, I'm going to present No Budget, How to Do Outreach and Marketing for Multicultural Programs. Low cost or no budget? Why, what, and how? Having no budget or low budget has forced me to think creatively about how can I reach multicultural and immigrant audience for programs in languages than other than English. You need to find out if your community is growing or changing. A survey is helpful. What I have observed in the last decades is that the community had changed and the demographics for Queens has shifted from one place to another. Due to family immigration visa, and immigrants are coming from every direction, and they brought their families with them. As a first stop, they come to the public library, learn English, and look for how to find a job and create their resume. When I worked at the Queens Public Library New Americans program, part of my job was to organize educational workshops in languages other than English. We call them coping skills, and they included practical educational workshops in the languages spoken in English, such as Arabic, Bengali, Chinese, Haitian, Creole, Hindi, Korean, Nepali, Russian, Spanish, Urdu, etc. Queens has the most diverse population in the USA, with 2.4 million people and 55% who speak other languages at home. At Queens Central Library, not only immigrants are coming, but also asylum seekers and undocumented immigrants are coming too. Therefore, there is a critical need for programming and outreach for a diverse population. Underrepresented patrons may experience service issues which limited their full beneficial use of the library. These issues may stem from a lack of representation in the services, staff, and collections of librarians. For many people, having never seen their perspective represented in the library staff and services, the library may be an unknown element in their day-to-day lives. A small budget does not have to stop you from offering great programs. So what works for diverse communities? Library can work to bring library services to those communities through outreach and partnership efforts at cultural events, through partnerships with local government and community-based organizations, or through local media such as radio. Many researchers have found that libraries can eliminate barriers to access by providing collections in other languages and programs which accurately and authentically reflect the cultural perspectives of diverse communities. Diverse channels and community organizations helps promote library services through communications, channels, and community events organized by people of color. Libraries should develop and provide services which address the unique needs of specific communities. Networking is key, and multilingual marketing is essential. Invest in recruitment strategies that build a diverse staff so that all people see themselves represented in the library services and delivery of library programs. When there is a critical need for programming, we should recognize the critical needs for access to library and information resources, services by all people, especially those who may experience language or library-related barriers, economic distress, cultural or social isolation, physical or attitudinal barriers, racism, discrimination on the basis of appearance, ethnicity, immigrant status, religious background, sexual orientation, gender identity, gender expression, or barrier to equal educational employment in the library services and program we offer. American Library Association and its affiliated organizations have a number of initiatives that support libraries in providing and developing programming that promote diversity. Lesson I learned, some suggestion to offer in a conclusion. There should be other languages in House magazine to promote the services and programs. Academic libraries also need to promote how to support other languages students and how it can be an asset to have bilingual programs and services. Promoting bilingual staff and other languages program are important for the library users and communities. Programming can sometimes be difficult, especially when you are on a tight budget. Look for community resources and grant opportunities, direct marketing to your target communities, and even including local community members in planning can help. There is some resources that can be an immigrant service directory, or look for one. If not, then create one and take the initiative. Here is the link from American Library Association for library services to Spanish-speaking library users. Thank you, and dhanyabad in Bengali.
Great, thank you so much. And if anyone has any questions for our presenter, for Selena, please put them in the Q&A my time as your moderator has come to a close, and I'm going to pass the moderator responsibilities on to Kathy. Hi, Kathy. Great to see
Thank
you.
Anna. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Selena. What great presentation. As your former colleague in the New Americans program, I'm really proud of for you. So thank you, Selena.
Thank you.
All right. So hi, everyone. So my name is Kathy Chen. I will be your moderator starting this session. I work at the Queens Public Library also from the New York City, USA. So just to, I guess, remind everyone, if you have any questions for your presenters, please put your questions in the Q&A section, and the presenters will respond to your questions after their presentation. And of course, please feel free to post any comments in the chat. Here's a note for our presenter. I will turn on my camera and remind you when you have 2 minutes left. So I guess without further ado, let's start our next lightning talk. So our first presenter, I think Sarah is here, so I see her. Hi, Sarah. Just to quickly introduce our first session, it's a lightning talk, Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Analysis Tools for Timely Audits by Sarah Wilson. She's Library Media Assistant at an elementary school, California. So Sarah, the floor is yours. Go ahead.
Thank you, Kathy. So welcome to Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Analysis Tools for Timely Audits. I am your Lightning Talk presenter, Sarah Wilson. My pronouns are she, her, and hers, and this slide shares my professional title as well as some association memberships that I'm a part of. I recently earned a Master of Library Information Science from San Jose State University, and wrote an article on this topic that was published in the university's The Student Research Journal last year. So I'm going to go ahead and share that in the chat with you in case you want to take a look at that article. It has a lot of the research that I just did. So in 2022, the Library Research Journal did a survey of public libraries and shared, quote, a need to ensure that collections reflect voices that were previously ignored due to racism and other structural biases, end quote. To tackle this need, libraries can analyze the degree to which their collections are diverse, equitable, and inclusive, also known as DEI. So my talk today will focus on DEI analysis tools that will look at youth materials. So if you're charged with developing a school collection or a youth collection at a public library or a university for prospective educators, this lightning talk might yield some insight for you. So what are we going to do today? We're going to look at some audit tools. Audits can definitely help identify where a collection needs improvement. So the goals of this talk are to share some of the online tools that I've discovered to help audit your collection quickly and also give you a sense of where it stands with DEI. I'll also share some other strategies that I've learned. Less than half of the public libraries in that library journal had actually done an audit. And in my research, I couldn't find a peer-reviewed article of a school library audit in the last 5 years. So I hope by the end of this lightning talk, you'll be ready to do a collection audit if you haven't already done so, and realize that these tools can ease the pressure of not having a lot of time. Personally, I work 22 hours in a week, and I see, depending on the year, 17 to 20 classes in a week, and I'm open to students at recess and lunch. So this doesn't leave a lot of time for anything else. But I want a viable collection that meets community needs, so I often start and stop and work on the collection development when I can. An audit can just evaluate how inclusive that collection is and reveal how to be the most efficient when making changes. So what can audits do, digital audits do, and what they can't? The tools that I'm sharing have their own strengths and limits. They are fast at analysis, and I'm very grateful to the dedicated informational professionals and organizations who've made these tools available, some of which are for free. However, the trade-off is that most of these tools only tell you who is represented in your collection. They won't necessarily tell you how a group of people is being portrayed in the story, which is important as well. Nigerian novelist Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie advocates that having multiple types of stories about diverse demographics will help avoid what she has coined the danger of a single story. And there's one tool that I am going to share with you today that does look at how groups are portrayed, but most don't do that. These tools also won't be able to locate the materials in your collection that might be racist or contain any structural biases or microaggressions. Okay, so here are the 4 tools for audits that I'm sharing today. There could be more, and please share in the chat if you're familiar with others. I'm still learning about all these tools myself. Number 1 and 2 are free, and they're aimed at youth collections in the US. Diverse Bookfinder does say, though, that if you are in other parts of the world, to reach out to them, and they would work with you. Number 3, Collection HQ offers case studies in Canada, Germany, the UK, and the US. And number 4 has a presence in 162 countries. The first 3 tools I've talked about in length in my article that I gave you the link to. The 4th one I'm still exploring, and when we get to there, I'll have a couple of extra resources for you to look at, some informal papers I discovered. Okay, so the first 2 are Diverse Bookfinder and Teaching Books. They're both free. They will generate a report for you in seconds after you upload. These 2 organizations are worth exploring if you're not familiar with either one. There's a ton of resources at each. Let's talk about Diverse Bookfinder. So they represent who is in your collection and how. This is the one tool that does both. They will look at fiction and nonfiction picture books. The who is mainly deals with race in terms of who. They do have a variety of other diverse areas in their catalog, though, that you can filter and search, but the report is just limited to the race. They also don't share the titles that will match your collection, but Teaching Books does. So they have a lot of categories beyond race. Teaching Books does. They will share those titles with you so that you can then feature and promote. And I will go ahead and post those 2 tools in the chat. Then okay, hopefully that did it. And then the next 2 are one that are paid services and subscriptions. So Collection HQ and Tidal Wave. They have the capability of looking at the entire collection, telling the degree of which it is DEI oriented. The first one I had to reach out to customer service to get my data set because they weren't including all the titles. So that's something to keep in mind. They don't generate the report for you. They just give you the information. You'll have to do that work yourself and comb through it, but it's very informative. Tidal Wave will generate a report for you in seconds. It works with Destiny, which is a Follett product. And you can click on the links and see where your collection stands in that analysis tool. Here are those papers I mentioned that I found that were informal about Collection HQ and Tidal Wave. Okay, so once you've got your audit and you've done your analysis, you want to compare it to something else. So that could be a census, that could be a school accountability report. It could be nonprofits in your area and foundations. They have their data. You could look at the CBC. You could look at other areas where they have title curations and you can see if they match. So I'm including all those resources. You could also look at other organizations in your area, like a public library, university, or a school, to see, are they doing this too? And how do you stack up? So there's a lot of things to look at. Audits are worth the time. Some of you might think there's no time to do this, but there is. An audit will give you a baseline, and from there you can make small improvements, and those are wins that you can then celebrate with your stakeholders. So I advocate that you use a variety of tools and collection community data for your resources. You may find it might not change much over time, and sometimes the most time-consuming part is putting that data set together. But then once you've got that information, you can promote those materials alongside books with similar stories. So I'm going to share my references with you all, and then I'm going to thank you for your time. And I wanted to thank all the professionals today that are presenting and the organizers of this mini conference. I'm honored to be here. And here is my LinkedIn profile. If you have any questions, go ahead and post those in the chat. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Sarah. Very on time. So I was about to remind you, but thank you so much. Very informative presentation. And it's really, keep in mind for your time. Thanks. So if everyone, you can post your questions in the Q&A section, and then Sarah will, stay there just to answer your questions. Thanks, everyone. So I guess we'll go to our next presenter. It's also another lightning talk. I think Nida is here. And also, how about the other presenter? Are you ready?
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, Nida. Just a second. Hold on a second. Is Catalan? Catalan is here yet?
Yes, Kathleen is here, but because of some technical issue, she cannot join to the panelist section. So I'm gonna go and present all the
Okay.
presentation.
No, yeah, no problem. So let me just, yeah, that's fine. So I know also you wanna me to
And
share
I
your.
apologize. Yes, please. And also, I just want to apologize for not being able to turn on my camera because of the I don't have access to stable internet, so that's why I cannot turn it on.
That's fine. That's fine. Totally fine. And we understand. So I just wanted to introduce quickly the title of this talk is From User Support to Collection Development, Promoting Multicultural and Multilingual Learning Resources. So here we have Nida Zerakar, Middle East and Islamic Studies librarian at Emory University, Atlanta in the USA. I guess her colleague Kathleen could not be here, but she is the Jewish Studies librarian at Emory University too. So, but I'll just go ahead and share. Just give me a second, your slides. Just a second, give me a second. 1 second.
Thank you.
No problem. Can you see? Let me just go to the presenter mode. Slideshow. Okay, Nida, you can go ahead.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Good morning. We are presenting our three-part collaborative project that had multiple aims to incorporate users' input in collection development, outreach to patrons, and promote the Arabic, Hebrew, and Persian language resources at Emory University's Woodruff Library. Modern Hebrew language resources, including those supporting Hebrew language instruction, are collected for the Jewish Studies collection. Collection development policy for Arabic and Persian language study materials support the disciplinary study material in Arabic, Hebrew, and Persian. Based on the result of the survey, we examined our holding in these three Middle Eastern languages and curated an exhibition highlighting the resources on the three languages. In the future, we will see our survey funding to amend our collection development strategies. To conduct our survey, we compiled a 4-question bilingual in 3 versions: Arabic, English, Hebrew, Persian, English. See on the slide. We collaborated with language instructors on our Atlanta both in finalizing the question and students during class section to fit the question. See full participation in over 50 programs. In the survey, we asked students to explain in short why they study the language of their choice. Choose from the list we compiled the type of resources they use for language study and if they had a favorite resource. In addition to choose from various categories of resources, students had the opportunity to choose and name other learning resources. Now, results of the survey. We are grateful to our exhibition manager, John Klinger, for the beautiful design of graphs featured at the exhibition. You can see it on the slide number 3. They highlight some of our survey findings. About the motivation of studying the language, we found that while students choose to learn Arabic and Persian, mostly because they are interested in them, the cultivation of cultural heritage was the least important reason for them to learn these languages. Moreover, about half of the respondents in the Arabic learners group and 3/5 of the Persian language students consider their language studies fun. Students of Hebrew, forming the largest group among these 3 groups, however, overwhelmingly choose to learn Hebrew in order to cultivate cultural heritage. Almost to the same extent, they find it interesting as well. Half of the respondents think it is fun to learn Hebrew. All the 3 groups use textbooks for their language studies. For Arab language students, music is the second most used resource, and movies and newspaper are equally preferred as a third choice. For students of Hebrew, music is likewise the second choice. For them, social gathering is the third, in contrast to both Arabic and Persian learners, for whom social gathering is the fourth choice. For students of Persian, movies were the second most popular resource, and music is the third. Among all 3 groups, poetry is an important language acquisition, but children's books are usually learners only. While Arabic and graphic language studies learners do not. Arabic learners are the most inclined to use history books. Arab and mentioned videos, podcasts, social media, and Quizlet used for their research. One student of Persian in other category mentioned online dictionary. They named favorite resources. The students dominant resources that included the college. Survey is the first product of the project. Conducting it open and the language students and discuss with them the collection and resources they used. This immediate connection with our patron is crucial to build partnership and shape our collections based on active patron input. Our survey also allowed us to learn about the patrons themselves, understanding motivation for our decision in resource acquisition. The exhibition is the second immediate outcome of the project. Most patrons level of the main library building, right next to the path to the elevators, restrooms, and water fountains, and will be on display until after the fall semester. The exhibition promotes important and least known part of the library collection, also for patrons who are not learning any of these languages yet, or are not familiar with Middle Eastern literature and cultures and ties connecting them. The selection of the type of resources reflects students' preferences between the format and genre of the items. For the media on the right side of the slide, race, place and emphasize on the Persian movie, offering to highlight that 7 out of 90 students marked movies as a resource they use for their language studies. This is a specific library offerings, as we can see. Pulling titles for the exhibition was the first step to compare the finding of the survey and the composition of the language collections. We immediately realized that Whereas students favor textbooks for language study resources per our general collection policies, until now we did not purchase textbooks. In the future, we need to examine 3 language collection, identify gaps, and evaluate to what extent we should amend our collection development policies to better meet the student and instructor. Thank you so much for your interest. Please send us your comments and let us know if
Okay. Thank you, Nida. I think we lost you. Can you still hear us, Nida?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, great,
Yes.
great. So you finished your presentation. Thank you so much. It's just like the voice is in and out, but that's, we have your contact information. So it will be good. So anyone, if you have any questions, you can post in the Q&A section, or if you cannot post it, you can always put in the chat. So Nida, if you can stay for a while and answer those questions.
Okay, sure.
Thank you. Thank you, Nida. All right. We'll see. Okay. Okay. If somebody says, if somebody, we cannot ask, can we ask anything? Because we really cannot hear. Sometimes I think the voice is in and out. But anyway, I think we still, if you can, we'll share the presentation maybe afterwards, and then you can really ask the questions if you have anything for Anita and Kathleen. I know sometimes technical issues do happen. All right, so let's just go to our next presenter. I know Maria, you're here. I see you here. So I'm sure, let's just give me a second.
Sure. Hi, Kathy. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. I have so many windows open.
I know. Yes. Yeah. So just give me a second. I know I have so many windows open too. Okay. So all right. So our next presenter, it's also we have a presentation, so it's about 15 minutes long. So the title is Creating Latinx Alcove at the Hispanic Reading Room. And then Maria Daniela Thurber, I know you sent me some another bio, but just you can introduce yourself, but she is a reference librarian in a Hispanic Reading Room at the Library of Congress in the USA. So Maria, the floor is yours. Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Kathy. I just wanted to make sure that you can see my presentation.
Yes, we can see it.
Yes. Okay, wonderful. Hello, everyone. Thank you again, Kathy, and it's so nice to be here. It's my first time presenting to an international audience, I believe. So I am very, very excited to be a part of this mini conference. And with that, let me tell you a little bit about our progress and milestones regarding the Library of Congress's Latinx collections and resources. Namely, I'm going to talk about the Latinx Alcove, which is our newest project, which was unveiled this past October. So a little bit about what I'm hoping to do today. Oops. So I'm going to talk about the Hispanic Reading Room, which is where I am currently at, background and project origin, digital resources, how we explore the term Latinx, collection and space development, and this term that we've coined with my colleagues, which is fostering belonging.
So a little bit about the Hispanic Reading Room. So it is the very first area studies reading room that was created in the Library of Congress in the Jefferson Building. It was established in 1939, and the reading room serves as the primary access point for researchers working with collections and resources related to what is the Caribbean, Latin America, Spain, Portugal, the indigenous peoples of those regions, and people throughout the world historically influenced by the Luso-Hispanic heritage, which, if you know your history, that includes most continents, and significantly for my presentation, the Latino and Hispanic multicultural community in the United States. In the space, in the Hispanic Reading Room, we have the reference collection, and we also produce two major resources. Mainly, the first one is the Handbook of Latin American Studies, also HLAS, which is a bibliography put together from a selection of works that is reviewed and annotated by leading scholars or Latin Americanists. And we also create the Palabra Archive, which is an archive of recorded authors and poets reading from their works. And this is an image of the Hispanic Reading Room, what it looks like. As you can see, it is a particular kind of space. If you haven't visited us, or maybe you have, please do. Extend, if you're able to, welcome. I will welcome you to our space. It is special in its art and architecture. If you can see in the image, it is. It has a certain feel. It's got white plaster walls, high vaulted ceilings, it's got silver chandeliers, and it's also a library space. So you see the bookshelves on the right, those are the alcoves that we have. We have reading area, we have murals, we have the name of significant literary greats adorning the wall. So it's already kind of a special space. So now that you have that a little bit of background information, I can tell you about the project. So we begin with what is already a particular space in a very big and significant library as the National Library of the US. And so we wanted to move to exploring Latinx collections and how we can bring that to the Hispanic Reading Room, the space in which we have always served those communities. So a couple of years ago, I don't have to tell you what happened, but we were all online. We were all in this brand new electronic world, out of necessity, out of the situation that we were in. So for us, that meant that we couldn't be physically in our reading room. We couldn't serve our users, but we could move online and just expand the resources that we already had. So we began developing lots of more research guides, podcasts, webcasts, story maps. We had a bunch of internal and external collaborations. We continued recording authors, but this time through Zoom. We had virtual research orientations, and pre-pandemic, we would have them in person in the reading room. We also explored web archives. So all of these things that kind of happened all of a sudden out of necessity that we were exploring. And the one I want to really highlight is this research guide, which is a Latinx resource guide, civil rights cases and events in the United States. And we published this in October 2020 in celebration of Hispanic Heritage Month. And what we were not prepared of was the amount of popularity that it would receive. It just became extremely referenced. We got a lot of interaction with our users, and just it was celebrated. It was well received, and to this day, it continues to be a highly used online research guide. It is currently in number 2 out of over 1,700 guides that we have published. So what did that tell us? That told us that that this was a significant resource that we needed to create more Latinx, Latino community center resources. And so we did. The past couple of years, in addition to the Latinx Civil Rights Guide, we have a more general Latinx Studies Guide. A couple of years ago, we published an Afro-Latinx bibliography. And then last summer, we created the Latinx filmography, focusing on Latinos in film industry, both in front and behind the camera. And with the success of the guide and these electronic resources, we began exploring Latinx, but in the physical space. We were slowly coming back. We were back in the reading room. So how do we translate that success from the electronic world to the physical space? And so I looked at our alcoves. So we have 5 alcoves in the reading room. That's where we host our reference collection. And I didn't have to look far because the very first alcove as you walk in used to be my office. So I kind of already had the real estate. I had the space that I could work from. And so I began. The first thing was the collection development, very library focus. So the thing about the Library of Congress as a national library is that we have quite a bit of materials already here. So we host the copyright deposit. We also do acquisitions. So the main thing was really to identify materials that could fit into this Latinx focused collection in the reference space in the Hispanic reading room. So I transferred those materials from the general to the reference collection. For selection criteria, I really looked at my colleagues, so what materials were being cited and annotated for the Handbook of Latin American Studies, authors that were being recorded for the Palabra Archive. I also did quite a bit of community input. So I reached out to users, researchers, scholars, librarians, of course, to get a sense of what they were consulting in terms of Latino studies and what material they absolutely recommended should be in this new space that we were developing. I also looked at syllabi. So if I could find a syllabus by a Latino studies professor, if it was online, I would look at it and make sure that those materials were also being consulted for this collection development project. I did some citation count and just to see what titles were available in other libraries. I reviewed, this is a conservative number, I reviewed over 750 titles, and as of today, we have 283 part of this new Latinx alcove collection. This is just a little bit of what I did. So I searched our online catalog where we have all of the materials that are cataloged, and consulted both Google Scholar and WorldCat to check citation and copies in other libraries. And then, so once the collection development part was being put together, I moved on to space development. I also consulted community members. I did quite a bit of literature review for conceptions of space. If you're in libraries, you're familiar with the idea of library as third place. So not just your home as first place, your work as your second place, and then this need for a third place. That's Ray Odenberg, the author of that term, of that concept. I did quite a few field trips, so I looked at other libraries, I looked at bookstores, I consider what the young kids were interested in terms of library and book spaces. And just like any other millennial with a decoration, home decor, home renovation project, I consulted Pinterest. I try to come up with a visual identity for the space that would influence the furniture, the decor. The Hispanic reading room is pretty set in terms of, I'm not going to go and tear down a wall and do anything like that. The wood paneling that you see in the slide is beautiful. We can't really change that, and I'm not going to. But little things here and there that could enhance the space to make it seem more in line with this Latino community and multicultural community identity. Here's an image of one of my first inspiration boards that I put together from Pinterest. Just something super simple to get visually what the space should look like, should feel like. And this is what it looks like now. So it is, it has the new Latinx Studies reference collection. In the library, we have a wonderful prints and photographs collection. So I got some facsimiles of those to put in the back of the room. And then a lot of contemporary literature. So the Latinx alcove, it's not just a reference collection in the strict sense of that concept. So a reference collection is material that points to other resources. So you have your atlases, your dictionaries, bibliographies. What I wanted to achieve for this space is, yes, we will have the reference material, but we will also have contemporary works, popular literature, personal narratives, things that, you know, a user, a student, or researcher could walk into a space and grab off the shelf and be excited about. And of course, that told the stories of Latinidad, the Latino community in the US. And we had our big opening a couple of months ago in October 5th, again, in celebration of Hispanic Heritage Month, which happens in early fall each year. And we had a good turnout, and so far it's been warmly received, this new space, this kind of revamped space, and just a small little change that happens in a huge reading room in an even larger library. So from here, the main thing is to continue this idea of fostering belonging, making sure users feel welcomed and seen and represented in the library's collections and spaces. The collection will continue to shift and change with the space. Nothing is permanent. The materials, I haven't done it yet, but I will perform not a reading project, but a collection review, just to add new titles, see if anything should be moved back to the general collections. And I've done quite a bit of outreach since its opening, so inviting classes, inviting members of the community, just not to research, but to see the space and tell me, share what they think of it. From here, another project is a web archive dedicated to this space. So going off of the materials that are here and seeing their web presence. So it's all about, you know, we connected in person, we connected electronically, and now we're just making sure both the physical and the electronic spaces are interacting and working and getting inspiration from one another. And then there are ongoing efforts. When I put together this reference collection for the Latinx alcove, I noticed quite a few gaps, important titles that should be part of the library's, the national collection. So there's an effort there to acquire or accept copies as we find them, so that we do have a both comprehensive, you know, the breadth and depth that we try to achieve at the Library of Congress. And we just last February published a website. So we have a website that tells users where we are, what the alcove is about, and a link where you can see all of the books part of the collection. And that's it. Thank you so much. If you have questions, I know we're out of time, so I'll welcome you to send me an email. It's Matthew, M-A-T-H-U @loc.gov.
Thank you, Danny. Actually, we still have about 2 minutes left. If you have any questions, you can put in the Q&A section. Anyone has any questions? Let me see if I have any question posted in the Q&A. Not yet. Those are the previous questions. Anyone in the chat? But Danny, it's very interesting presentation. I think I have a question about for the Hispanic reading room. Do you do any like really interesting programs to engage the population and to promote your reading room?
We do. We used to do more, but now the library does a lot of the bigger programs. The National Book Festival. On Thursday nights, we have Live at the Library. So mostly, I would say the biggest thing we do is we have open houses, orientations, where we're open to the public. We stay open a little later. And then our outreach really happens, you know, online. We have blog posts, things like that.
That's wonderful. I wish I can be there. I never visited your Hispanic
Yes, please. If you can, please visit us. I'm happy to give tours.
Yes, sure. Maybe we can do some field trip for your reading room.
I would love that.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. All right, so I think it's about a time for our next presentation. Let me just quickly introduce our next presenters. So the next presenter will be another lightning talk. And this one is quite interesting. The title we have is, I guess, in Spanish, Manos a la Obra. And then the presentation is presented by Brittany Valen, and then Programs and Partnerships Librarian for Arlington Public Library, and Catherine Kiriboga, also Programs and Partnerships Librarian for Arlington Public Library. I guess it's in Virginia. So I guess Brittany and Kathleen, you can just, the floor is yours. You can start your presentation. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you.
Let me pull up our... All right, so hopefully everyone's seeing my screen.
Yes, we can see it.
Great. Let me just move this. All right. Hi, everyone, and welcome. As Kathy introduced us, my name is Brittany Veland from Arlington, Virginia, and I use she, her, ella pronouns. And I'm co-presenting here with my colleague, Catherine.
Hi, sorry about that. My name is Catherine Chiriboga. My video is not working right now, but I am a Programs and Partnerships Librarian with Brittany at Arlington Public Library, and my pronouns are also she, her, and ella. And we're here to talk today about a program we co-hosted last fall called Manos a la Obra.
Yeah, so just to give you some background on this program, this was a program near and dear to our hearts. Catherine and I both have Latin America in our roots, Mexico in Catherine's case, and El Salvador in mine. And so we're always looking for ways to support our communities and ensure that they are included in library services and programs. And this program really developed organically. It took a lot of time up front. We had quite a few meetings with our community and county partners, BizLaunch en Español, and the Latino Economic Development Center, which I'll talk more about in detail later. And we had some very broad open meetings with them, just trying to come up with some kind of programming together. Initially, the goal was to do some programming together for Hispanic Heritage Month. And together we created this program. So this was brand new, and it was all held 100% in Spanish. And the target audience were new Hispanic or Latino entrepreneurs who worked in the arts and crafts industries. And the program consisted of 4 business workshops held 4 weeks in a row. And they culminated in an arts and crafts fair held at a local university campus where our cohort of attendees could put into practice what they learned. The title of the program, Manos a la Obra, was very intentional. The phrase in English is let's get to work, but the literal translation is more like putting hands to work. And so this was the arts and crafts industry, sort of a lot of handmade items. So that's kind of where the idea came from. But we also wanted this series to be hands-on and practical, with each session designed to give attendees a certain deliverable that they could walk away with, like tangible things that they could achieve. And we also assigned homework and provided additional one-on-one assistance in between the workshops. And so in terms of who came to these workshops, we had a consistent cohort of about 12 to 15 Latina entrepreneurs. So they were all women. It's just how it happened. And their countries of origin came from all over Central and South America. We even had a Brazilian woman who came with her husband who knew enough Spanish to get by in the workshops. And the impact we had on them was pretty clear by the end of the series. You can see some of their quotes on the left hand of the slide. And really the biggest takeaway wasn't necessarily the knowledge or the resources that they received, but more the sense of confidence that they gained. They really gained a sense of empowerment at the end of the series. One woman shared that she was recently divorced and she was going through a lot in her personal life, but she told us this series really instilled in her the self-confidence that she can in fact run her own business and she can do this. In terms of who organized the series, so like I said before, it was a partnership between our library, BizLaunch en Español, which is our county's small business development department, which focuses on Hispanic and Latino-owned businesses in Arlington, and the Latino Economic Development Center. Yep.
Somebody said that the slides are not moving. Are you pressing the next slide?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I see.
They moved now. Yep.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I'll make sure to click. Sorry about that. And the Latino Economic Development Center, or LEDC, which is a local nonprofit focused on providing technical assistance and grants to minority-owned businesses in DC, Maryland, and Virginia. And then we also partnered with the local university, George Mason, to host the Arts and Crafts Fair, which was kind of separate from the business workshop series. And I'm going to let Catherine take it away from here.
As far as resources that were used, the library provided its meeting rooms an introduction to the makerspace and ability to use some of the Cameo Cutter and just the different graphics that they could use in that makerspace. BizLaunch used its small business startup and networking connections, such as like those to include the revenue departments and business insurance agents, that they could provide services to our cohort. And working with LEDC, participants were able to provide, LEDC was able to provide individualized attention to their specific business plan and help them move forward. And as far as communicating with our cohort, LEDC started with phone interviews to ensure that the cohort participants were aware of the time commitment involved and like the kind of homework assignments that they would get along the way. And then followed up with emails. And then as we got closer and during the series, we used WhatsApp group chat for more informal reminders and other conversations. Next slide, please. So Brittany talked about the long time that the series did not happen overnight and the time involved. The first meeting with LEDC happened in July of 2022 for the culminating Feria event that happened in October 2023. There's a timeline, a rough timeline on the left-hand side. BizLaunch and LEDC used their business connections to locate the subject matter experts to present during the workshops, and using funds of the library funds, the library was able to pay for the presenters' time. We also had the great benefit of great relationships with our Spanish-speaking county and library staff that again helped lead these workshops in Spanish. And it was helpful for specific local jurisdiction rules and tax implications. And again, all of the conversations and material were presented in Spanish during the series. And finally, in the lower right-hand corner, we had the piece de resistance, the Manos de la Obra Feria. And this was the culminating portion of the series where we partnered with George Mason University using their Mason Square. This is the graduate school campus of the university, based in Arlington, about 2 blocks away from the library. Workshop participants were able to show what they learned and offered an opportunity to sell their items in this space. And then promoting literacy efforts through the library, there was a story time provided during the fair as well. And here is as mentioned earlier, this is part of Hispanic Heritage Month library programming, and the culminating Manos de la Obra Feria took place in late October at the tail end of the celebratory month. The cohort was able to engage with 60 undergraduate, graduate, and students and community members. Having the fair in late October was perfect timing to take advantage of purchasing any holiday gifts or hostess gifts, and offered the opportunity again to shop local with budding Latina entrepreneurs. A quick follow-up, 6 months later, we were able to use some of the cohort members to be part of our Women's Maker Fair. And this WhatsApp chat is still active with members where they share resources and opportunities with one another. To keep this ongoing relationship, Brittany and I still collaborate with LEDC and BizLaunch, and we are currently in the planning, I would say preliminary, but it's not preliminary anymore, for October's Hispanic Heritage Month programming later this fall. And we knew this was quick, so we have time for any questions.
All right, thank you.
I don't know how to move.
Oh, did you finish all the slides, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so I think we probably have 1 minute. We can, if anybody has any questions, you can always put in the Q&A section. But very interesting presentation, and then that's really great. And then, oh, I see the applause. You can use the reaction button just to, applause for the presentation. And then, yeah, so congratulations, neighbors. That's what Danny put in the chat. So very nice. And I know it's very, also Hispanic Heritage Month is really, it's coming up for our Queens Library. We actually added this year for our system-wide initiatives, and officially, because we do programs for the Hispanic Heritage Month every year, but this year we added officially to the system-wide. So we do system-wide across for the whole system. We're doing like almost like a lot of, I think almost, I would have to say 100 programs. It's really a lot because we have 62 branches and then across the system. So everyone does the local programs as well as our program department. We do pay contract presenters to do paid programs performances. So it's great to know also you do a lot for your entrepreneurs for the Hispanic population.
We do see a question where we plan to pursue similar programs in the future. What was neat is that in establishing this relationship, when we decided to do a Women's Maker Fair for Women's History Month, we already had some contacts established in that space, and we are planning for something similar with restaurant entrepreneurs this fall for Hispanic Heritage Month. So
that's great. I know it's like a lot of also we do similar project for the entrepreneurs, but I think we do have something for them to do also presentation after they finish a cohort, just to present their, cooking skills. So it's very excited to know what you do. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I think it's time for our next presentation. It's our last session. Thank you, Brittany. Thank you, Catherine, for having you here. So next I'm going to introduce is everyone here for the panel. Just want to make sure, because I know we had some technical difficulties for the connection and for the link. Let me make sure if everyone is here. So we have Elizabeth, and we have Torbjörn.
That's correct.
All right, and we have Peter here, right?
I'm here.
And then Domino, if we have Domino here.
No, Domino's not here. He seems that we can't get it to work for him.
Oh, okay. So, but I guess, should we proceed?
I guess we'll have to, because I think there's nothing to do right now.
Okay, all right. So, I'll just, so let me just quickly introduce the panel. Since I know a lot of this is really, we are expecting this final panel discussion, and it's actually somebody is asking earlier, are we going to be recording the last panel discussion? That means somebody is expecting your presentation. So let me just quickly introduce everyone. So the last session is our panel discussion. Good intentions are not enough. And we had Torbjörn Nilsson, former city librarian in Malmö, Sweden, standing committee member. It's IFLA's Environment, Sustainability, and the Library section. And we have Peter Björkman, librarian, unit manager at Umeå City Library, members of Standing Committee of Public Library section, IFLA, board member of Swedish Library Association. And we have our Elizabeth Rundqvist, and a special advisor within the field of libraries and the national minorities and the semi-indigenous people, National Library of Sweden, IFLA, also library service to multicultural population section. So welcome everyone. So let me just give the floor to yours. You can start your presentation. Thanks.
I have something to say. The host have stopped my video. Mine too. So if I
if the host put on the video.
Okay, so
No.
Okay.
It's okay.
Is it
Thank
okay?
you. Yes,
All right.
thank you.
We
You're
can
good.
start
Okay.
now.
All right. So you
Yes.
can.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Welcome to this panel discussion. Good intentions are not enough. I was the only one that wasn't introduced. I'm Martin Mehmet König, and I'm a library director of City of Landskrona in the south of Sweden. I'm also a member of the Standing Committee of the Public Library section, and I'm gonna try to, and also I'm a member of the OMC group, EU's OMC group for libraries, multiple role for libraries that are running right now. We're going to try to make this work. We had a last-minute technical difficulties with our fourth panel member, so bear that in mind when we proceed. I'm going to give the word now first to Elizabeth. It's going to tell us something about the context for this discussion.
Yes, thank you very much. So we're going to talk about national minorities. And in this case, Sweden have 5 national minorities. It's the Jews, the Roma people, the Sami people, that is also an indigenous people, the Swedish Finns, and the Tornedalians. So these 5 groups are protected and have rights through national legislation, and also by Council of Europe's Framework Convention for the Protection of National Minorities and the European Charter for Regional and Minority Languages. So we have both the European framework, and also we have our national legislation that is protecting the languages and the minorities. So the membership is determined by self-identification. The person who identifies to one or more than one of these minorities could count themselves to that minority. So each individual, if they want to be part of the group and enjoy the protection and the rights that and one of these rights participate limitations on how, for example, activities are designed. And also we have in the Swedish Library Act a specific paragraph that addresses national minorities among other groups. And the legislation says that the libraries in the public libraries devote particular attention to national minorities and persons with a native language other than Swedish, including by offering literature in the national minority languages. And also another part of the Swedish library law states library activities should be available to everyone, and that everyone means that, of course, whatever is offered to Swedish speaker users should also be available in other languages, and in particular the national minority languages. So this is the context. We have a legal framework, and we have quite specific rights connected to these 5 minority groups. And I give the word to Torbjörn.
Thank you, Elizabeth. I will give you a little piece about the story about the Roma Library in Malmö. And the Roma Library in Malmö is very much connected to the Holocaust conference in Malmö, which was held in October 2021. The Holocaust conference was an international conference aimed at commemorating the Holocaust and brought together participants from 40 countries. there was dissatisfaction that the situation of the Roma people was not adequately addressed. The decision to establish a perceived by many from the library, the decision to establish a Roma library in Malmö, which was announced at the end of the conference, was perceived by many from the library sector in Malmö as a local statement that the city wanted to meet the needs of the Roma community. The task was given to the libraries in Malmö to establish a Roma public library and become an integrated part of the activities at Malmö City Library. At the same time, Roma delegates in Malmö at the Romani Information and Culture Center had long been planning for a Roma library. When the task was not given to the Romani Information and Culture Center, but to the libraries in Malmö, there was a great dissatisfaction among Roma activists, which would eventually lead to a broken collaboration between the Roma community and the library. The lock situation that occurred is completely natural, considering that Roma people have long been discriminated against and marginalized. Because of that, there is a deep-rooted mistrust between Roma and the minority society. The library has now made a new effort and hired a local project manager who has trust within the Roma minority in Malmö, and the work is starting to progress again. The purpose of the Roma library, which is a public library, is of course to promote reading, learning, and cultural exchange. Children and young people are a prioritized group, and the activities should follow Swedish legislation and align with the guiding documents that apply to the libraries in Malmö. It's also important to mention in the context, just as Elizabeth mentioned before, that the national minorities in Sweden are protected by special legislation. The Roma belongs to these minorities along with the Jews, Sami people, Swedish Finns, and Tornedalians. I believe that the process would have been smoother if the library had more knowledge about the Roma people and their culture, as well as how the Roma community in Malmö is organized. It would also have been better if the library has been clearer in its vision of what a Roma library is and how it should be driven forward. I should also mention that Malmö simultaneously received a national assignment as a Roma resource center for libraries in Sweden. This made the divisions of roles and the dialogues with Roma people at the local and national level more complex, and also led to some misunderstandings. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Torbjörn. We'll move directly over to Peter Björkman from Umeå that's going to tell us about his project.
Hello, my name is Peter Björkman, and at the moment I'm unit manager at Umeå City Library in the north of Sweden. However, the work I will present and the experiences I will talk about is from earlier work experiences. Between 2020 and 2022, during the pandemic, I was development coordinator at the county library of Västernorrland, another part of northern Sweden. A county library in Sweden has a role to promote cooperation, development, and quality when it comes to the municipal public libraries across the county. In Västernorrland, there is 7 municipal public library organizations which receive support from the county library. A county library is a library without collection and focuses on workplace learning, development, projects, and so forth. One of many projects I worked with concerned a method material for increased participation for children in the planning and offer of public library services. In the Swedish Library Act, there is several prioritized groups. One are national minorities. National minorities are a group that has lived in Sweden for a long time, hundreds of years, and that they have rights when it comes to their language, but also a right to be consulted and involved in decision processes. We knew that there is challenges concerning these rights, and especially when it comes to children. We wanted to activate libraries in their effort to involve children, and identified a lack of methods as a big stepping stone. We used state grants to finance a cooperation with the largest public library in the county in Sundsvall city. They had the competence and interest to work with this target group. It was two librarians that worked with the project with good support from their management. On our end, we had a project coordinator in the county library, and the work led to new connections with children from national minorities. Several more or less structured dialogues was held, and from this method material was created. Around that time, we got in contact with Elisabeth Rundqvist and the National Library of Sweden. We received grants from the National Library to develop the material further and distribute it nationally. In order to complete the material, we extended the cooperation with Sundsvall for another year so that the work could progress uninterrupted. To be able to try and improve the material, 3 other public libraries were involved in the process as pilot libraries: Härnösand, Örnsköldsvik, and Malmö. For a year, these 4 public libraries, together with the county library and the national library, formed a network to improve the material. In this way, 3 levels of library organizations was involved in a development that would be impossible without cooperation: national, regional, and local. In Sweden, resource libraries for national minorities is under development, and the network had a lot of contact with these resource libraries during the process. In that way, both children and their adults from national minorities and library staff with national minority background was involved in the process to create a method material for children's participation. A final result was a method material that was distributed to all public library organizations in Sweden. It was distributed in the form of a book, but also on the national site for digital learning among library staff, Digiteket. The success of the work built on real needs in society and a cooperation based on trust between different library organizations on different levels of society. The public libraries have a closeness to the target groups and was able to make new connections in their communities. As county library, we could provide resources and keep the work together. The National Library gave the work an even more deep expertise in the field and provided a much needed support. To summarize, the material that was given the name Ringar på vattnet, Ripples on the Water, was a good example of different libraries working together with national minorities with a common goal: to strengthen participation of national minority children in public libraries all over Sweden. Thanks.
Thank you, Peter. I don't know, Elisabeth, do you want to speak about something about Domino's contribution?
Yeah. Yes, I could do that. Unfortunately, Domino, who is a Romani human rights activist, he couldn't access the link, so he couldn't join the meeting. But he sent me his introduction speech, so I will read it for you. So Domino says, society has the responsibility to include Roma as well. The historical context in Sweden, which most countries have been clear about, that you are not a European from the beginning, you are not like us. Various church demoniations has opposed residency and inclusion together with various royal houses throughout history. We can also see in the review mirror that some laws acted against Roma around Europe from the 14th century onwards and have been among the strongest violations against human rights. It has been about hanging laws, banishment from the country, slavery, forced labor, and fines on Roma. When we will hear that the Roma children have the same conditions as other children in the practice when it comes to education, the question then becomes, how can we build trust between the Roma minority and society if Roma are not allowed to participate from the beginning on the same terms as others? In order to gain trust, given the history up to modern times, it needs resources of funds, but also time. Roma are not a homogeneous group. There are different wishes and needs among the group. Here it is not possible to build up and believe that what worked there will also work here. It would be naive thinking to believe in a missionary thinking for Roma. Roma must get time on their side, and the authorities must provide this if it's going to work. One way to sit down and conditionally and hold dialogue about what the minority itself wants to start with and to do, then find different solutions together with the libraries and the authorities. Let the conversation go outside of the box, and from there see what is possible together.
Thank you, Domino via Elizabeth. Thank you all for those short introductions, short presentations about your work. I will now ask you some questions, and you can answer them. You have touched upon some of the subjects, but let's see where it takes us. My first question is, if you're a library that is considering to start up or just starting up to cooperation with minorities, what is some of the pitfalls to avoid in your experience? Let's start with Peter.
I mean, obviously there is many pitfalls because when it comes, for example, with children, you can always ask yourself where to find children of national minority backgrounds. And when you get in touch with national minorities and children of national minority background, you can bring in like your stereotypical view, and that could affect negatively, I think. And I think Domino said some good things about that. It's very diverse groups we are talking about here.
Torbjörn, do you have something to add to this subject?
Yes, I fully agree with what you said, Peter. And I think that also what Dominic said, I guess, is that don't speak for the minority, let the minority speak for themselves. And that's my experience when you came to conferences or venues. And the theme maybe is minority groups or what it could be, but you never, it's very rare that representatives from the minority groups are joining our conference. So my experience is that I have visited a lot of conferences that is about an issue, maybe like the Romani people and their situation, but it's a lack of representation from the target group. So don't do that.
Yeah, Elizabeth, I have a follow-up question there, but let's just see if Elizabeth, if you have something to add before.
Yeah, I would add something in line with be aware of your privileges and the power relationship between you and the minority. And this is a discussion Domino and I have had many times. We really need to be